The purpose of our audit for the ACFR is to express opinions providing reasonable but not absolute assurance whether the county's financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. Along with our audit, we will also issue a report on internal controls and compliance as required under our standards, the government auditing standards. Next slide, please. So this slide here is just to give the board a brief synopsis of our audit approach. So basically, our audit can be divided into 4 phases: planning, systems evaluation, testing and analysis, and reporting. During the planning stage, this is where we develop a timeline with the Auditor Controller's Office and departments of when we're going to perform field work and issue the reports. At this time, we also do a preliminary risk assessment and an account analysis based on our experience with the county and our experience with other counties in California. At this time, we also provide a PBC listing with all the requests needed to prepare the audit. And we do this using an online portal. And then finally, we also do our bank confirmations at this stage. This second stage is our systems evaluation. And this is where we perform an understanding of internal controls, and then we'll test certain controls, such as controls over the authorization of disbursements. At this time, we will design audit programs based on our risks. So we never use the CAN audit approach. We tailor our procedures based on where we think there's a misstatement in the county's books or financial statements. The third stage is our testing and analysis. At this stage, we receive a trial balance from the client and we finalize it for the audit. And at this stage is where we perform a majority of our field work, which is basically executing our audit plan from the planning and evaluation stage. And then finally is the reporting stage. This is when we do the review of the deliverables, and we have different levels of review before we issue, including a detailed review, a principal review, and then finally a quality assurance review. And then at this time, we communicate any findings or recommendations with county management. Next slide, please. Okay, so Joey's going to take it from here and cover the results by engagement.
Perfect, thanks, Rich. So I will take us through the summary of audit results. So starting with the county's annual comprehensive financial report, or ACFR, we issued an unmodified opinion over the financial statements. So an unmodified opinion is the highest opinion we can give. So the county met the standard for us to issue an unmodified opinion. So in our opinion, the financial statements are materially free from error or misstatement. As far as any audit findings, we did have one material weakness to report, and we have a slide in a couple where we'll kind of talk through that. If I could have the next slide, please. So as far as the single audit, so this would be our audit over the county's schedule of expenditures of federal awards. Again, we issued an unmodified opinion for our compliance for the major programs. And as part of that audit, we also perform tests of internal controls and issue an opinion on that as well. So for those major federal programs, we also issued an unmodified opinion. And then on the single audit side, there were no audit findings to report. As part of the single audit, we are selecting, they're called major programs from the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. And the programs that we tested this year were the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, the Adoptions Assistance Program, the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, or ARPA, as you're probably more familiar with, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, Highway Planning and Construction, and then the Community Development and Block Grants Program. Next slide, please. So as we mentioned earlier, there was one finding related to the ACFR, and this actually had to do with the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. So there was a material adjustment made to the federal expenditures for the disaster grants program on the CFA. And our recommendation that we gave along with that finding was for the county to seek additional training for the specific grant requirements for that program. Next slide, please. And as far as any prior audit findings, we had a clean audit in the prior year, so no audit findings to report on from the prior year. Next slide, please. Cool. And then Rich will take you through our required audit communication.
All right, thank you, Joey. So as part of the audit, we're required to communicate certain matters to governance, which is, you, the board, and we issue a letter summarizing those matters. The next two slides are basically a recap of those significant matters. So the first item is accounting policies, and there were no significant policy changes during the year, and those policies are summarized in Note 1 to the county's financial statements. The next item is accounting estimates, and we identified 3 significant estimates that impact the financial statements. The first estimate is a claims liability, and that's based on third-party actuarial reports. The second significant estimate is a net pension liability, and that's also based on actuarial reports from MCERA and their actuary. And then finally, the solid waste landfill closure and post-closure liability is based on engineering estimates, which are approved by the state. The third item discusses corrected and uncorrected misstatements. We had no material adjustments to the financial statements. The next item is disagreements of management, and we did not have any disagreements with the county. And then finally, on this slide, we did not have any consultations with other accountants during the audit. Next slide, please. Okay, so the audited group financial statements, there were no matters that we consider significant to governance. And just to define what that is, we rely on a separate audit of MCERA for our audit. Next item, fraud and legal acts. We did not identify any during our audit, which is always a good thing. Next item, significant difficulties encountered in the audit. None identified. And then the final item on the slide, supplementary information. This includes your schedule of expenditures of federal awards that are reported in your single audit report. This also includes your combining fund statements that are in the county's ACFR. And for those schedules, we perform limited procedures and we render an in relation to opinion to the financial statements. So in other words, we ensure that those schedules tie back to the county's financial statements. Okay, next slide, please. And then finally, we also present other supplementary information, which is basically the introductory and statistical section. This information is provided by the county, and we perform very limited procedures on this information, and we do not render an opinion. And then there's a required supplementary information, which is required by the standard, GASB, and this includes things such as the budgetary schedules and the pension schedules in the report. And we perform limited procedures on these items. Also want to mention this also includes a management discussion and analysis, which is prepared by the county. Again, we perform limited procedures, which includes tying those amounts to the financial statements. And then finally, with management representations, management provides us a copy of the signed letter before we issue our report. And these are standard representations that are present in every one of our audits. And that's all I've got for the required communication. Next slide, please. And then finally, there's going to be one significant new standard for 25. And I know Sarah's already asked us about it, so they're already working on it. And this is GASB statement number 101, compensated absences. I don't know if this will have a significant impact on the financials. It's just going to change the way that the comp absences are calculated for 25 and onward. And I think that's all we have. Next slide, please. All right. So any questions for me or Joy regarding the audit or the audit process?
Just thank you for that. And my understanding is that we got the information to you in December, right? That was.
If I may, through the chair, yes. The deadline to submit to the GFOA, Government Offices Financial Association, is December 30th, and we did submit by December 30th. So we were timely on the submittal.
Okay, so how long did this audit take place?
So we closed, so the fiscal year ends in June, and we really started working on it, July 1st. There was a lot of departmental work that needed to happen, and I believe we submitted the trial balance officially to CLA in early September. So then from September on was the work that they described about the testing and the auditing and then fully reporting. So it really is a good 6-month process, including from what departments have to do in closing their site.
Okay, so the final paperwork or whatever you had to submit was done in December.
Correct.
Right. Well, anyway, very good job and making sure that that was timely, and I think that this is an excellent report.
Thank you. Before we go on any further, I do want to just say the draft presentation that I presented in, I think it was early or late fall, like November timeframe, remains the same. So what it means is that the general fund will be having a carry forward of the little over $11 million brought forward with the closing of this fiscal year. And then I did also want to kind of point out, Rich touched on it a little bit, at the back of the ACFR is a statistical section, and this kind of plays into yesterday's discussions. I believe most of the departments report some type of statistic in the ACFR. So if you could please take a look at it and provide feedback. We're happy to add or update the statistics that are being reported, but wanted to point this out as it could be a starting point for the discussion on metrics by departments.
So what you're saying is that all the departments have submitted, their metrics.
Not all of them. I want to say probably most of them. Most of the public safety and the one that's a little lacking is general government. These statistics have been reported for decades. So they're the same statistics. They may need updating. They may not be as relevant as we want them to be, but it's a starting point, and if you guys could provide feedback.
Mm-hmm. So if there's information that we wanted to see,
Yep.
then we just let you know what that information is. We need to be clear about that.
Correct.
Right, very good. Okay, any questions from the board on this? Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Just a comment, because it's a workshop and we have 2 new supervisors. If you would have asked me a couple years ago what I thought, I would have said I think the state should step in and take over some of the county's business. We're not able to do it. Night and day difference. Sarah Pierce, her team, CEO Antle, having the courage to initiate some of the changes that took effect. I'm watching this and it's kind of boring, which is like good for finances. I feel like I'm getting numbers that I can trust. Could be a couple errors. There always will be in an organization this large. But we're getting answers, and we're getting answers that we can trust. That wasn't the case for a long time. I don't know, going back in time, when the county was in such good shape in financial reporting. I've never seen it as good as it is now. So from a workshop perspective, I think this is something we want to protect. You have a team that's doing a really great job right now. We want to make sure they have resources, that they're well supported, they know we value them, and don't try to fix something that's not broken. This is an area of the county that's not broken. It's the best it's ever been.
Thank you. If I may, through the chair, I do want to make one additional comment. With the 11 million carry forward that is now official, sometime in February, I will be bringing back a consent item to transfer the $7 million from the 11 million to cover the mental health or behavioral health wing of the jail that was discussed during Q1's presentation.
And when you bring that back, is that going to include interest?
So we never transferred the funding from Measure B to the jail because of the exact timing. Since we were pretty confident that the 11 million was going to be accurate, we never utilized any of the Measure B funding. So what we'll do is now just transfer the general fund.
The 7 million?
The 7 million.
Okay. Did we have control over that money, or did Measure B have control over it?
We never transferred the funding from the Measure B budget unit.
So it was staying in their
Correct.
account the whole time?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. If I may, through the chair, if there's no other questions for Rich or Joey, I do have one other topic, and we can let them go, but I'm not sure if you guys have any other questions for them. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Joey. It was great working with both of you, and I want to just reiterate what they said. It wouldn't have been able to be done without all of the department's support. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys have a
Thanks,
good day.
everyone.
Okay, if I may, through the chair, there's one additional thing I kind of wanted to discuss was, as most of you are aware, we did engage Regional Government Services, RGS, in October of 2023 to help guide us on this journey we took to get our financial system up to date, including adjusting entries to match the finalized reports. When we engaged them, I asked them to treat us as if we were going through an audit so that they could provide findings and a roadmap to become more functional and efficient. RGS has completed this assessment and has provided us with a draft report. The goal is to have this report presented in February. I wanted to take a minute to call it out today, as there are still many hurdles we're going to have to face, specifically around the utilization of Munis, which may require budget requests in the future, just so the board is aware. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Do you think those budget requests would be in the upcoming fiscal year? And any rough estimate? Are we talking $500,000, $1 million, $5 million?
If I may, through the chair, I do not have any estimates. There could be potential ones in this upcoming year, depending on some of the priorities. It's going to be a multi-year rollout to get some of the items addressed in collaboration with IT. So there could be some, but I have no idea what the value would be.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take it from here. Darcy Antle, CEO. First, I'd like to start off thanking everyone that's involved in the budget and the budget development. Department collaboration is key on the budget, and working with the acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. It's been a great teamwork the last year and a half, and I really appreciate that. Those two offices stepping up to be part of the fiscal team in a more proactive way. Budget process has been evolving yearly since 2019, including standardized processes through training, improving optimization of the enterprise system Munis. This includes detailed budget entry and fiscal year budget to actual year-to-date reports, which could not have been done without the work of RGS, CLA, and the acting auditor controller. Improved communications and collaborations with departments. The culture is improving, and we are breaking down silos. There was a time when the departments would come in and actively have disagreements, strong arguments, I would say, for budget position and funding. That's no longer the case. They come in, they state their case, we explain the situation, there's mutual respect that's happening, and appreciation for the county as a whole and not just the individual departments. The budget book does contain the department's mission, their prior year achievements, current year goals, and metrics. Please take a look at those metrics. If there was something else you would like to see, please let us know. We can break that down further. There's also metrics that you will see in the CEO report from time to time, depending on what department is reporting. But again, if there's something specific, please let us know. And we can have that a further discussion at a future meeting as well. A note from yesterday in regards to the DA's comment about referencing the yardstick. I really appreciate that. We did some looking last night because I thought that gave a clear visual of kind of how and what we have been doing these last couple of years with regards to the budget by putting public safety, as that has been a priority of the prior board. So for example, this year, your general fund, and I'm just rounding for conversation today, we can present this later on. The discretionary general fund dollars at 86 million. 66% of that goes to public safety. That's 56 million. And then you have your elected departments that, again, are mandated. That's another 6%. So that's over 70% of the budget is going to that, leaving roughly 20 million for the Board of Supervisors, IT, and I would say IT is a little bit of a mandate because they hold up all the microwave systems and communications within the county. And their budget alone, I think, is 10 million. Is that correct, Tony? Roughly?
If I may, through the chair, the IT, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO, the IT budget is roughly 4.5, 4.6 million, the operating budget.
Thank you. And then we have facilities and GSA, the executive office, planning and building, clerk of the board, and HR left to share that. So just sharing that for future discussion, something to keep in mind as we go into budget preparations and hearing your comments yesterday. And again, another shout out for the acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and our team. The approach that we've had has been key. The reports and the transparency has never been as good as it has been in the last year and a half. We know we have a ways to continue. We are a continuous improvement department. We want to get better and better. And I believe that we have been doing that. And again, we look forward to hearing from you today and any other additional information that you may have in the future for us. So with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy CEO Tony Rakes.
Well, Supervisor Williams.
I actually think we should give some direction today to adopt the district attorney's vertical yardstick that public safety is #1 priority. What that translates to is a little bit more ambiguous because in order to support public safety, you need the microwave system. So I wouldn't even call that IT. I would say that's part of public safety. And you need to collect taxes, you need to bill, right? All the other offices are contributing to funding public safety. But I don't think it would be a bad move for the board to officially support the DA that public safety is our #1 funding priority. We do public safety at an adequate level first, and then we move on to everything else.
Chair?
Well,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, what I just heard the CEO say is that is what we're doing, so I'm not sure the intent.
Well, I guess the intent is to be transparent about it. If that's our model and we're already doing it, let's call it what it is and let the public know that that's where this board stands. #1 is funding public safety adequately.
Well, and I think what Supervisor Mulheron and I think what you're trying to get at is exactly what CEO Antle was saying, is that out of the $86 million that we have that's discretionary, 56 million is for public safety, 66%. So that, in essence, goes back to what we were talking about yesterday about what's the message we're sending. And certainly the message should be that public safety is the 2/3 of our budget right there, and that's the top priority, right? So anyway, it's all about that message and getting that statement out there that public safety is what we are doing for the most part. Okay? So, yeah, Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. I think, and I'm guessing what you're trying to get at is, and I think the CEO was very clear that that is what has been and continues to go on. And my guess is your suggestion is to speak with public safety and ask them if that's enough. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And
And I think we had that discussion yesterday, right? Yeah, and so I think, anyway, let's move on, okay? So Deputy CEO Rakes.
Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO, good morning. Chair Haschak, members of the board. Here today, the first conversation that we'll start with regarding the budget is the budget timeline. So there's a graphic that I'd like to have brought up here that gives you some insight and a visual into how the fiscal year is structured for us. Now keep in mind, while this has our fiscal year is July to June. And while this graphic shows the process from July to June, it doesn't represent the fact that this is continuous and often overlaps between fiscal years. So where we start here with the July time, we're going to be working on prior fiscal year information, the auditor's office in particular, and closing out the prior year. And that kind of work happens throughout the budget process, even as we get into later in the fiscal year, as we're working not only on reporting the current year quarters and financial information, but also reporting or starting to work on budget development with the different departments, which has to start early if we're to be conscientious and aware of all the upcoming changes, which I'll get into in a little bit. So to start off with, of course, our fiscal year starting in July, that yellow, that top right quadrant, July to January, that represents our first quarter and quarter two to December. So we do the prior year closeout. In November, historically we present our quarter one budget report and quarter one, what we call our consolidated budget adjustments. So if departments need to make any changes to their budget from the board adopted, they have the opportunity to come in at the different quarters to make those changes, and we consolidate those into one big report of those adjustments. That doesn't mean that departments can't issue those adjustments throughout the year. It's just this is an opportunity to consolidate all of those into one batch at the quarter time. And then we have our December fee hearing, which we just had recently. We move on to the February-March timeframe there, and then this is really when we're starting to prep for the next year and our mid-year reports. Now, important to note here is we're making a concerted effort to push up our reporting and preparation in the calendar year. So, for instance, in prior year, we've, through necessity or just the circumstances of the time, have done our mid-year reports in March. This year, we're pushing our mid-year reports to February because we're trying to be more timely with the period that we're reporting on. Now, maybe there'll be some more improvements as we move through that from to the next few years, and we'll have an opportunity to push that up even further. But some of that's also contingent on work that the auditor's office has to do to close those periods so that we're providing accurate reporting. And then, so we'll have a budget kickoff in February with the departments and provide them the instructions that they will need to develop their budget for the next year. We really want to try to get that information to the departments sooner so that we have more time to consider the next year budget, make the adjustments we have, but also allow for dedicated time for budget workshops, the mid-year reporting, Q3 reporting. So those are set aside specifically and not consolidated as part of other next year budget discussions as well. So we're trying to shift the timelines a little bit to allow for additional clarity there. And of course we can adjust as needed. And then let's see, so we have our departments will submit their budget requests in early March, and then that's when we'll start our budget conferences with the departments. And if you're not familiar with what our budget conferences are, we meet the budget team we meet with the auditor's office, we meet with every single department individually to go over what their budget is going to look like for the next year and what their asks are and what their considerations for their budget are. We have an opportunity, as CEO Antle said, to have a respectful conversation, an open conversation about what do they need and what is the reality of the budget situation going forward. And this last year they were incredibly respectful, and it was a productive conversation with every department that we had. And those conversations inform us not only for the development of the budget, but also into the next fiscal year as we work on whatever adjustments are needed, heads up that we might need for projects that might be coming down the pipeline later on, but we're not certain about. So those conversations are incredibly beneficial as we work to put together the budget. And then starting in March is when we have our first budget workshop traditionally that we ask for public input on for budget priorities. We will provide you what state we have at the time, perhaps there'll be some department presentations. That was the case this last year, and it'll spark the conversation and development going forward into the next two workshops that will occur in April and in May. So in April, as I said, we have our second budget workshop to receive public input. And we continue to put together the budgets and work with the different departments on what their budgets will look like. And then we also have a fee hearing in that May timeframe as well to catch anything that's needed with any departments that have fees. Moving on to May, we have that final budget workshop. We receive additional input. By this time, we have a much firmer idea of what our proposed budget is going to look like. And so we will be presenting that, make any final adjustments that we need before the proposed budget comes into play. We finalize those recommendations. And in that time frame, we also put in our third quarter report and consolidated budget adjustments as well. So all that's happening simultaneously. Move to June. This is where we have our public hearing regarding the budget, and where we have to then propose the budget for the board to adopt and make any final changes that are necessary based on board feedback. We adopt the budget for the next fiscal year, and then we're moving on to we start the cycle all over again. We work on closing out that year, whatever we need for there, and then moving on to budget maintenance, management, and development for the year coming.
Tony, if I may, I want to emphasize something that you stated. A few years back, we were only doing 1, maybe 2 budget workshops per year. We have 3. Please, if you have constituents that want to provide input, please invite them to those meetings, either via Zoom or in person. We would obviously love the feedback if there's something that the community would like to see differently. There's only, again, so much wiggle room we all have to play in, but we look to this board for direction on any movement that you would like to see into the budget. And we will also be in front of you with mid-year report and third quarter. So you will be seeing a lot of the fiscal team here starting in February. So thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
So I've learned heuristically through this process that I'm trying to distill public feedback, what the public expresses to me as priorities. The public understands we have a finite budget, we can't do everything. And the large categories that we use in the budgeting process for the budget workshops don't let me get at what the public really cares about. Give you an example in the abstract. The public says they want more transfer loads of asphalt to fill the potholes over green waste bins at county facilities. Not that the green waste bins aren't important, right? It's probably a good idea. But if you can only do one, fixing the road is a higher priority than green waste. And I mean, frankly, the whole recycling program, some members of the public note, we're shipping a lot of that stuff across the Pacific to burn in Asia. Are we really benefiting the environment, right? So you got to look at the whole picture. I don't get that level of detail when we do the budget workshops. If I could go through line items of individual departments, I could find a lot of items to cross out that, not that they're not a good idea, but not the top public priority. I can't do it as a department as a whole. If you give me a $20 million slice of a pie, I'm not going to tell you that should only be 19. I don't know what the line items are that would drop it to 19. So it's a question, how does the board take the public feedback that's more line item related and integrate that into feedback at a budget workshop? I have a second question, but maybe we could start with that one.
Yeah, and I thought about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Is that let's keep it to one question and
Okay.
then move on.
Well,
and come back.
I'll keep it to one. Part of my question is, I want to fund what's working, or in some cases, what's not working might be due to funding, so maybe it needs a little bit more, right? But at least go through that process of evaluating performance. As we come up on the beginning of the budget process, I would like to see performance reviews of maybe departments, but maybe it's more granular than that. Maybe it's projects within departments to evaluate what's working and what's not working, and use that as part of the criteria for adjusting funding levels.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
To Supervisor Williams' point, we have started doing detailed budget entry. That's something we've began a couple of years ago. We're working with the departments to fine tune that a bit. What you're asking is a bit subjective without clear metrics, and it would need to be like what I define as success may not be what you define or Supervisor Norvell defines as success. So I think we would have to maybe flesh that out a little more as we go forward. To your example, comparing the recycle program to filling potholes, trying to figure out what that actually would look like in a report to be able to evaluate that is interesting. And at the moment, I would have to have a little more time to think about what that would look like. But it's those kinds of things that, to get super granular, is that what the majority of the board would want to do? And we can have, again, those discussions in the future. But just some stuff that we're sitting here thinking about is, what could that look like to satisfy, and having that kind of information before we go into the meetings versus having to sort it out in the meeting. So just some more that we need to flesh out on that.
100% I agree. I have the same thinking. And that's the reason I'm bringing it up in a workshop. And I hope we can have a little bit more time, right? That's the point of a workshop. The public wants us to figure out how to do this process better. We're not going to get there the way we've been doing it. We'll get the same results that we've seen. I can give you another example just to draw. John?
Okay. Yeah, just give an example and then let's move on.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw, but unless we have meaningful discussions and ample time, I don't think we're changing the process. We're giving the illusion of.
Well, I don't agree with that, but let's see. We had Supervisor Mulherin.
I do have a comment, and I just wondered if staff's presentation was done before I make my comments. I can wait until the presentation's done?
If I may, through the
Okay.
chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do have two other documents that I would like to share, and they are with regard to year-to-date budget to actual reports, and we're providing two examples, one a revenue example and then one a department-level example. So I can certainly move on, but if there are additional questions regarding the process timeline or the development, then I would leave it to the chair to decide.
Yeah, just with the process timeline, and this kind of goes to what Supervisor Williams was getting at. How do we get more information? And I think that's what he's requesting. That's what I think that we all want. But, we don't want to be overloaded. And, in the past, we've had this budget ad hoc, which was the chair and the vice chair, and they would attend the budget conferences and those things that were going on outside of the board meetings. And, it was great for the chair and the vice chair to get that information, to see that process going on. But I think that if we're going to evolve into a more transparent board, that one way to do that is to have those discussions, or we have the budget conferences, which are kind of internal in a way. But we also, for the public, I think that the General Government Committee would be the best place to have those discussions where we can look at those, departments or programs and get into more depth and understanding of what the issues are. And we can have that information, it can be public, and all the other supervisors can access that information by watching it on Zoom. Right now we have Supervisors Mulherin and Norvell on that GGC committee, and I really think that during this process from January through June especially, we can do a department each month and have them present, or whatever the request is of the GGC, to really explore some of those budgetary items and see how the department's functioning. And I think that would help out some of these issues that Supervisor Williams has brought up. Yes.
Thank you. So I've had also some time to think about how I reflect on the budget process after 4 years. And I waited patiently for my turn on the budget ad hoc as the chair. And it was great, maybe a little anticlimactic about what I could actually affect change in the presentation. Didn't exactly happen. But what I did learn was that during the budget workshops, the departments and the executive office and the budget team are really able to go in a line by line, project by project analysis of what's working. And from what I saw, they were very realistic about what they could do and couldn't do. And especially as I mentioned, and I have been mentioning and will continue to mention, as we transition away from the general fund funding any of the human services, behavioral health, social services, substance use, that's all state and federal dollars and not general fund dollars. This is a really important thing for the public and the board to understand how that money is being spent separate from the general fund and what the general fund is funding with public safety and roads and IT, et cetera. So one of the things that I was thinking or hoping that we could, and also just taking in the feedback yesterday from the public and from people I heard from last night, how do we get more feedback from the community as a board? Certainly as individual board members, we have people reaching out to us, but that doesn't necessarily translate into every board member understanding or knowing what our constituents want. And I think the workshop, this is a great idea to try this. I don't think that we're overwhelmed by public participation here in the room. So what I would like to throw at the board and see if you're interested in is doing a survey. And the way that I thought that this survey could work is that it will also be an opportunity for the county to tell our story, to talk about the budget, to talk about where we've come, to talk about salary negotiations. Every county bargaining unit now has a market rate study that they do to make sure that our employees are being paid the appropriate wages. As I mentioned, we've stepped away from funding social services and human services with general fund. Also to tell the story of the strategic plan so the community really understands that and why we have it and all of the things that we've completed over the last 2 years, because I think I counted 20 things that were in the strategic plan that are now done. So we tell that part of the story. And then I thought if we take the things that were not yet complete and categorize them by the 4 pillars, let residents organize them by priority, leave a space for something they think is a priority. And then also maybe, look, as far as roads are concerned, what is the priority? Is it potholes? Is it brush? Is it fog lines? What does the community think we should be investing our minimal dollars in? What would make a difference for them? I was surprised during our last union negotiations from a county employee that felt that brush trimming and fog lines was what made that person the most valuable member of the team on county roads. And that was not what I had expected. So I think we could get more community feedback. Certainly we could send out the survey internally. We have over 1,000 employees. Also, some partnering organizations have new leadership. Community Foundation has a new executive director. NCO has a new executive director. So I think there's a lot of opportunity throughout the county. There's multiple MACs. There's a lot of opportunities to engage people where they are, usually on their phone or on their iPad, and really get their feedback as we go into the new budget process.
You know, I think that's a great idea, and it would allow people who can't be here from 9 to 5, who are at home, you know, to access this and provide that information. And I think that with what I proposed about the GGC would be a great place to get this going. So if we're in agreement, maybe we could bring back a referral for the GGC to start with this survey and also do some budget workshops within the GGC as you see fit. Is that an appropriate recommendation to bring back in the future, County Council?
Charlotte Scott, County Council. certainly through the workshop, the board can, assess general consensus. If the board is generally in favor of that, you can recommend staff bring that back to the full board for adopting whatever recommended action you have.
Okay. Do we have agreement on that?
Is the question to bring supervisors' ideas to general government? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, and the budget workshops or budgetary issues
Yeah,
to the GGC.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm in favor of having further budget discussions in some public format where there's a meeting recorded, not being super familiar with GGC's workload. I don't want to say whether that is or isn't the right place. I'm curious if there are other counties that have a standing committee for their budget process and what that looks like. I haven't researched that particularly. I'm willing to go look at that. But yes, in favor of having very transparent opportunities for discussion around the budget.
Yeah, and that was a great point. And we did look into that because I've discussed it with county council and the CEO. And we've looked at the workload of the GGC, and also if we had a separate committee just for these budgetary issues, there could be Brown Act issues and conflicts between the how we make it all work. And so that was, it seemed like the GGC was the best place that we found. And that would be open to the public every month. And so that's the idea behind it. Supervisor Williams?
I'm going to abstain.
All right. Okay. So we have general direction.
If I may, through the chair, I can now move on to the next two attachments, the year-to-date budget to actuals.
Yes.
Thank you. Can we move to the next? Well, let's bring up the ND, or the non-departmental budget, to start with. The other one, it's attached. Yeah, it's attached to the item. Can you zoom in there so we can see those tiny numbers? I think that will do. So what you see here, and thank you, what you see here is a report out of our finance system. This is a year-to-date budget to actuals. This is as of period 6, so the end of December. And this is our non-departmental, or what we call our ND revenue budget. This will include property tax. You can see everything listed there in individual lines, as was mentioned earlier. You have room occupancy tax, timber yield tax, these various different revenues that the county brings in. You see the original appropriations in the first column, transfers, adjustments that are made in the next, the revised budget appropriations, the year-to-date actual, any encumbrances that affect those individual lines, and the available budget, and then finally the percent used based on that period for the year-to-date report. Now, you may notice on this that if, considering we're through period 6 now, the end of December, and you see the aggregate percentage being 29.5%, you might think that that's somewhat low. The way that the county revenues work don't match, they don't line up neatly to the fiscal year. So it's not you're halfway through the fiscal year, you bring in half of your revenue. When the auditor's office brings in revenue, they come in at staggered times throughout the year, and sometimes it doesn't come in fully until even after the books are closed from the prior year, until everything's captured. Now, what this does allow us to see are there any differences in trends that we notice from our projections? Are we coming in higher or lower than we expected to at certain times when we expect a certain revenue to come in? Is it abnormal from what we're used to seeing? But what we wanted to do specifically with these two reports, because there have been a lot of questions about budget to actual year-to-date reports, is show a revenue report And then the next one we'll get to is our departmental year-to-date report. Now, these can be run for any budget unit that we have. Some of them are a little more obfuscated than others, and less clear exactly where the actuals are to the budget. But as far as departmental year-to-date reports, they're, due to the work of the auditor's office and getting everything up to date, they're far more accurate than I think we've ever seen before. Revenue will always be a little nuanced.
Okay, we have some questions. So Supervisor Williams.
Can I add something really quick? Sorry, Darcy Antle, CEO. To Tony's example there, the quarterly payments that come in, such as, that would be sales tax and TOT, right? They come in quarterly. When you look at the departments, some of their billing is billing quarterly to the state and getting reimbursed. So we are almost always behind in revenue collections by 3 or 4 months. So thank you.
I'm curious what the 200,000 for other might represent. And we predicted 0 interest, but it looks like year-to-date we received 11 cents. Any explanation?
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. For the other, I will have to get back to you. I don't know it off the top of my head. The interest, we should have budgeted more than that. I'm having a hard time reading this.
I think it shows 0. And at actual year-to-date, 11 cents.
No, so the interest that we receive off of our investments is listed under,
It's the second to last line.
Between motor.
oh yeah, so under, like halfway down the page, interest. I'm not entirely sure what the interest is on the 11 cents.
Okay.
The interest that's showing for our investments is under franchise. We budgeted, I think, 1.3 million, and our first distribution was only 47,000.
Yeah.
But once again, that's quarterly too.
Yeah, that part made sense. I was just, that
Yeah.
second to last item I couldn't parse.
I'll have to look into what that was.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Apologies, my pen was up.
Oh, Supervisor Norvell. Okay, Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. Before I became a supervisor, I was an avid reader of an online blog. When I became a supervisor, I realized that ship I was talking about yesterday that was whipping really was also an avid reader of that blog. And one of the things that comes with governmental communication, and especially accounting communication, is that the public might misconstrue what we're trying to present and say, well, you budgeted this much, but you've only brought in this much, so the sky is falling and we better run for the hills. So I'm just wondering, I think this is valuable information, knowing that it's going to change and flux, but how do we, are we planning on having these come to the board quarterly in sort of this raw format? What's the plan for telling the story, and how would we use these is kind of what I was wondering.
If I may, through the chair, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO, the data is here, and really it's interpreting it, as you said, Supervisor, in a way that we feel like explains the process. And that can be anything we decide, or that this board decides. It can be a quarterly, it can come in as part of our quarterly reports that we provide, and with, of course, with supporting narrative to explain, this is what this means. Here are the timings, here's what we're looking at as of Q2 at mid-year, or Q1, or what happens to be. I think if we move it to a monthly report out, while it's certainly possible, there are going to be more considerations to keep in mind, because we may not have that quarter, that period may not be closed. So yes, what we have to present, we can provide as much narrative as we want, but ultimately when that period closes is going to be the real story behind those numbers, and we'll have to potentially come back to re-report on that same period to explain the differences, especially if they're substantive. Many times it will be smaller, but we want to try to be as conscientious as possible and transparent as possible about what it is we're reporting, and just to repeat what you said, to be clear and tell the story about our budgets.
If I may add, CEO Antle, it's a snapshot in time. It is going to change. We rely heavily on the departments and the collaboration through the auditor controller and the work that has been done over the last year and a half on these reports. Prior, we would present and we would be told they're incorrect because all the information wasn't in the system. So we really rely on the departments to be timely entering their expenses and incomes and revenues into the system, and then the auditor controller to review those and post those. So it is a snapshot in time. And if somebody's asking for a year-to-date report, which we have been asked multiple times, this is the most accurate look that we can provide. Again, it's a snapshot in time. It will change. We could run this report. I don't know what day this was ran, but we could probably run it by the end of the day today, and it would look a little bit different.
If I may, through the chair, I just want to add a few extra examples. So the Auditor Controller's Office does try to be very timely in posting all of the journal entries and invoices that run through the office. With mid-year being requested to have all of our documents submitted next week to the CEO budget team, we've worked some overtime to ensure that as many journal entries and transactions have been posted through December. Last time I checked, we had a majority of them. There were still some lingering through. So like CEO Antle said, it will change, hourly. Another example I wanted to point out was property tax. You look at that, it says it's 59%. Property tax we only post when we teeter. So we teeter 3 times a year, one in December, one in April, and one in July. So that property tax amount will not change except for during those months that we teeter the payments. So as we present these, there'll have to be many caveats, department by department, because even the quarterly payments, it usually take 2 months to get from the state. So if you're trying to report out on December, those quarterly payments will not be received until, say, February. So it really will truly be a snapshot in time. Thank you.
Well, thank you for this report, and it is another step forward. And so what would help me is to have this monthly, but then maybe quarterly you anecdote it to say, oh, we're at 59%, and the reason is because of, what you just said about the teeter program and all that. Or if like the tobacco settlement, we're at 0, but, a little sentence saying we're expecting the money to come in March, or that's a state refund, or whatever it is, right? So.
The CEO Antle, we would want to bring that back for further clarification and acceptance and agreement by everyone, if that would be all departments, if that's just the revenue. All departments, I think, on a monthly could become very overwhelming. And we could attach this in the CEO report in some fashion if that's what you see fit, but we will definitely take that down as an item that can be discussed in the future.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Williams.
I also would like it monthly, but I guess I would go a step beyond that. Couldn't we just set up a script where it auto-generates this report and puts it on the county website nightly? Like, what's the harm in no staff time, no ongoing annotation? It's a snapshot in time, right? You want something accurate, wait for the annual report that's been audited. You want a snapshot in time, go look at the county website. Wouldn't that take the workload out of producing it, attaching it, talking about it? Just have a live view for the public and the supervisors. Is that possible?
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
Of course it's possible. This can be scripted, and there are other circumstances in which we've scripted many reports straight out using whatever mechanism we use, SSRS or pulling direct from the database. of course, that information can be scripted. The workload is not inherent in the running of the report. It's the digestion of the information and the reviewing of the information. Now, if it's led with a caveat that none of this is accurate, don't ask too many serious questions because it's going to change in 20 minutes. It's possible to do. It just depends, I think, on the tolerance for the inaccuracies inherent in that strategy.
So what I hear from the public is what they would like the financials to be more like election results. The night of, you get a snapshot, you don't know 2 weeks later, 28 days later if that'll hold. I think it's better to go in that direction than too infrequent. And I think it's a one-time effort to write a disclaimer. This is live data, hasn't had any sanity checking. There could be errors in it. It'll fluctuate. If you look at it tomorrow, it'll be different. And we're not going to provide answers to those differences day to day. We'll provide them after we get through the close of the quarter or close of the year. That's what I'm hearing from the public. What about the other supervisors?
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. I mean, I don't hear that very much. I mean, I think it's interesting. I think it may be a little bit too much for staff to say, yes, we can absolutely do it right now. I'm comfortable with supporting your request and having staff report back at some time. This is what we came up with. I mean, I think that's, I think it's a reasonable request, but I think we need to be reasonable in our expectation about how soon we get that answer.
Thank you. I do think that transparency in the budget is really important, but I also think it's really important that the board members know and understand the budget and can relay to the community. As Ted said, this is an imperfect document and it is subject to change. And I just would not want to see staff, from anyone from the executive office, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector's office, to departmental staff, sort of targeted because they haven't updated something, or their reports are behind because they're short-staffed, or there's a lot of things that can happen. But it really takes the 5 Board of Supervisors in a leadership role to say, we're trying to get to somewhere where we can really be transparent with our budget, and it is imperfect, but we are here to support our staff, and we are here to support the community's desires. And I think as long as we can be flexible in knowing that the first run might not work and we might have some challenges and we got to change. I think for me, we have to support more opportunities, and this is just how I have seen the county government run. We have to support more opportunities for people to try something new and fail and still support our staff, because I can probably give 5 examples where the board has given direction to staff. I'll use the example from yesterday. Go put percentages in on our strategic plan, and then they come to another meeting, it's like, we don't like the percentages, take them out. It's a little bit back and forth for our staff, and I really appreciate all the work that they try to do for helping us translate things to the community. So I'm okay with a future presentation coming forward, whether that's monthly in the CEO's report or quarterly updates with annotations or live data that we know is imperfect, that's just uploaded. I think I'd be happy to look at any of those scenarios. I just want to make sure that I'm not the only supervisor that's supporting staff and saying to the public when they're outraged that we've only collected 59% of property tax, like, hang on a second, put the pitchforks down. This is a process. We're going to get these updates X, Y, and Z. I can't be the only one out there talking to the public and supporting staff.
Yeah, just briefly, I'm open-minded to further discussions about this. I certainly haven't heard from constituents a desire to see something updated on a daily basis. I think monthly might be appropriate, but again, open-minded.
All right.
Okay, I think we can move on then to the departmental year-to-date report. And this one will also have we'll be able to speak a little bit more to the timing of the actuals as they relate to the budget when it comes to a specific department and not irregular revenue realization. Okay, so here we decided to show as an example, budget unit 1020, that's the executive office budget. Now this is the year-to-date budget report that any department This is the same format that you saw with the non-departmental revenue that any department can run and see. This, again, is period 6, so end of December. And we have, at Q1, we came in and reported at our primary series level. So you'll notice there on the second column, there's the EO, and then it has that 6-digit number. You'll see 82, and then 4, and then 86. 82 represents a revenue line, 86 represents an expenditure line. And when we reported at Q1, we took those, we rolled those up from the individual object of the line items. For instance, you look at other charges, 82, 63, 90. We roll that up into 6,000 series, or for salaries and benefits, 1,000 series, to try to simplify the reporting. But this breaks it out by line item. And you can see what the original appropriations are here for every line item in the 1,000 series, the 2,000 series, any line that is associated with that department. And different departments, different budget units have different line items depending on the work that they do or the needs that they have. A fairly simple department will have a 1,000, 2,000 series and maybe a 3,000, and that might be it. You'll have the same columns there with the transfers adjustment, revised budget, depending on if there were any adjustments made, year-to-date actual, encumbrances, what budget's available, and the percent used. This one, unlike the ND revenue, where the percent used throughout the year isn't really telling the whole story, these are closer to being accurate, but still have some significant considerations, primarily in certain line items like 86, 21, 89, which is professional and professional services. You might have a contract, or a department may have a contract that they don't expect to expend until later in the fiscal year, but it's a large dollar amount. And so it might sit at 0% for many months until it's used, and then you'll have 95% of that line represented, and that percentage we have to be considerate of because it will always be reporting somewhat low. And it might think, oh, we have opportunity there, but then when the contract is engaged in and the money is dispersed, then you have, it'll catch up. And that may be true with any of those lines.
Supervisor Williams.
So this is beneficial, but there's another way to look at the expenses that I think is orthogonal to this approach. And to give you an example, I have a theory, you can prove me wrong, but I have a theory that paper is very costly to this county. It's not the printing and the toner and the paper that's expensive. It's the filing, it's the finding for a PRA. It's supervisors are trying to put an agenda item together and they need research. It's all that staff time that goes in, and that problem scales up over time, right? You might want to review the last 20 years of documents. Where are they? They're probably in a box somewhere. That doesn't get captured in this type of expense tracking. Neither does you have 3 people in a vehicle driving from Ukiah to the South Coast. Half the day is just getting there and getting back, right? So how would you like us to evaluate those types of expenses that, I mean, I know the dollars are included in these line items, but the inefficiencies aren't. And I think what this board is tasked with is identifying the inefficiencies so that we can make better policy decisions.
If I may, through the chair, I think those questions can be asked specifically. You have the information here, and if there's a discussion as to whether or not that we are transporting staff efficiently throughout the county, I believe that question can be asked specifically and information provided. That might not be inherent in this report, but it can spark the conversation. And as long as that there is the question asked specifically and it's clear what the direction is and there's a reasonable timeline to provide the information, that information can be provided.
And if I may, I would, CEO Antle, I would add that we do have the geotabs on the vehicles now, not public safety vehicles, but the other vehicles, we do have that. So if you're looking for that type of information now, to the specific, where there's 6 people in the car or 2 people in the car, I may not have that information, but I do know the mileage, where they went, and how long it took them to get there.
Yeah, so
Some cases too quickly, but.
in the abstract, I'm looking for where are the inefficiencies? Where can we do better? What policy decisions could we make that would stretch the dollars to have more public good? And it's really hard from these types. I mean, I appreciate these reports. I think it's a step in the right direction, and the effort was worth it. And I know the public will appreciate it. But I, education and training, 8,000. I couldn't say, should we bump that up to 16? What value would we get for it? And where should, in the budget process, where should those discussions happen? Do you want them to be with the department head asking? I've tried that in the past, and nobody really wants to be on the spot on those line items when they come up here. But I'm sure everybody has thoughts on where we could do better, and some of it is inefficiencies that we could cut. There's other examples where if we spent a little, we would have much more return on investment. I don't have that insight, and I'm not hearing it. How do we make that part of the process?
If I may, through the chair, I think that really gets into the detailed line items where you have your department heads and you pay them a fair chunk of change to run their departments. And I think there's a little trust that needs to go in and expertise by you setting the expectation that they are being, and this board and the prior boards have been very clear about efficiencies, and I believe we went through a really detailed process to fine-tune some of that in the last couple of years. But again, setting that tone, setting that expectation helps guide the department heads on where they need to go. Now, looking out, if you look at that $8,000 for education, it's probably training, going to CSAC or something like that, and to put a value on that is really hard. Like, did you walk out with $2,000 worth of an experience and you're going to bring that back to the department? I'm not quite sure how you put a dollar. I mean, I don't know how you evaluate that. I mean, I'm up for the discussion, but those things are very, very hard at one moment. It may be what you learned isn't applicable this year, but you realize it next year in your job function. So some of those granular, detailed things are going to be difficult to weed out. But I think setting that expectation with your department heads and with the fiscal team can help lead and guide the budget to get more efficient as we move forward.
And if we're coming to the end of this segment, and I think it's been very informative, I hope that people have gotten what they needed to get from this presentation and the new reporting and all that. But if you had a question about education and training and that $8,000, I think that the first step would be, like we talked about yesterday, asking that question, preparing yourself with that information, talking to the department head to see how that is broken down. And if we wanted to look at it in a more global way, then it could be sent to the GGC and they could explore this whole county executive office, expenses, and maybe they would, be able to flesh that out a little bit more in a public setting so everyone can get that information. So that's kind of how I see this process working. So if there are any other comments, we'll take them right now. Otherwise, we'll take a break. And thank you, staff, for this presentation. Okay, we'll take a break until 10:40. Everyone, we just had a few technical difficulties, so got those worked out. Now we're going to go on to transportation, which is item 5 and 5A. So I'm going to turn it over to Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation. With me here is most of the management team. Kent Stanley, who's our Deputy Director for Road Services, usually doesn't present at these kind of venues. He's very busy, working back at the department, leading our field people in storm recovery. But I do have with me here today Alicia Winokur, who runs our engineering division. We have Amber Fassett, who does the solid waste and water agency function, and Jason Wise, who is our Deputy Director over land improvement, which includes county surveyor's office and airports. So good. The agenda is, and I should be able to read it, but I can't. We'll have an overview. We're going to discuss department funding. One of our major things is our work on the 20-year plan, but we also are going to hit on the recent MCOG proposal to sponsor a investigation into a sales tax for roads. We're going to recap our long-term capital projects, mostly our bridges. We'll have a presentation on solid waste, recycling, and the water agency, again, airports, land improvement. And at the end, the main thing to inform the board of is we have a list on our presentation for the board and the public of documents that have much more detail on the things we'll be discussing. And also at the end, we will have an opportunity for questions. So with that, I'll just let Alicia start and we'll take it through.
Good morning, Alicia Winokur, Deputy Director of the Engineering Division. So the Department of Transportation has 5 divisions: Administration and Business Services, Land Improvement, Solid Waste Water Agency, Engineering, and Road Services.
Oh, you've got it, yeah. You need your next slide.
No, I'm talking about department
okay.
overview.
Sorry. Can't read. I should just shut up. I'll let you know.
Our department is responsible for 1,016 miles of county-maintained roads, 157 bridges, 2 county airports, 4 contract waste curbside areas, 7 refuse transfer stations, and 3 closed landfills. We have 71 staff positions with 7 county road yards and 340 pieces of equipment. One of the areas that the engineering division oversees is the road's 20-year corrective preventative maintenance plan. This plan was developed and approved by the board in January 2019 and is funded through Senate Bill 1 with road maintenance and rehabilitation account funds at an estimated $115 million over those 20 years. However, the 2022 statewide needs assessment listed Mendocino County as having $574 million in unmet pavement needs over the next 10 years. We are currently in year 7 of our 20-year plan. In 2022, our pavement condition index, PCI, was 47, whereas the statewide average PCI that year was 65. This 20-year plan treats 357 miles of the approximately 675 miles of surfaced county roads. Now, keep in mind that when we say surfaced roads, these are mostly old wagon dirt roads covered with years of chip seal over the last 150 years. These roads were not designed like a modern road per engineering standards with asphalt concrete over an engineered base. As requested by the board, we are currently working with the Mendocino Council of Governments, MCOG, to explore 1-cent sales tax for the roads. This spring, MCOG will be hiring a consultant to analyze the feasibility of the sales tax measure passing by voters. We're developing a 30-year expenditure plan for an estimated $90 million of sales tax revenue over those years to treat the remaining surfaced county roads not in the original 20-year plan. Note that we say that the roads will be treated, not paved. In order to be the most cost-effective with the limited funds available, we typically treat the roads with a double chip seal, with a full-depth reclamation or recycled base, and deep dig-outs on the worst segments of the roads. We also hope to use funds from the 1 cent sales tax to restore 11 to 15 road maintenance worker positions that have been lost over the past few years as cost inflation has outpaced revenues. If the 1 cent sales tax measure is successful, we would also be able to use state partnership funds to leverage additional funding. The City of Ukiah is currently doing the same thing. This one's pretty hard to read, but so some of the other areas that the engineering division oversees includes major capital improvement projects for roads and bridges, transportation planning projects, traffic safety, and traffic studies. This slide shows the long-term budget for our current projects using numbers from the end of fiscal year 24-25, which includes the next 5 years of the road's 20-year corrective preventative maintenance plan, 13 bridge replacements, the North State Street roundabouts, Brook Trail's second access, the Redemeyer Road extension, 3 highway safety improvement projects, the Round Valley Safe Routes to School project, culvert replacements on Fish Rock Road, and 12 storm damage repair projects. Our local match for these projects is anywhere from 0 to 11.47%, depending on the type of grant. As you can see on this slide, many of the projects are 100% funded, meaning we are receiving a lot of grant funds with very little local match. Unfortunately, there aren't really grants available for road maintenance, so we are taking advantage of many other types of grants to help maintain the road system. We are doing the best we can with the limited funds and resources available. Oh. Slow. Okay. Are you sure? Does it for me?
Good morning, Good morning, Amber Fassett, Deputy Director of Solid Waste Division and Water Agency. So my division oversees management of the Mendocino County Water Agency, closed landfills, and solid waste. For the water agency, we primarily implement state mandated water programs and are funded by approximately $160,000 per year in property tax, as well as supplemented by various state grant programs. The programs that we are currently implementing are the NPDES Stormwater Pollution Prevention Program, the Invasive Mussel Prevention Program, Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, the California Statewide Groundwater Elevation Monitoring, and now, most recently, Senate Bill 552 and the development of the Drought Resilience Plan. For landfill closure, the duties include closure and post-closure maintenance of the 3 closed landfills, and that budget unit is funded by franchise fees from curbside collection in the county. For our solid waste duties, this division oversees the solid waste collection within the county at both transfer stations and curbside, and the implementation of recycling and diversion programs. So currently we have, we oversee collection contracts for 4 franchise areas, oversee the operations and lease agreements for 7 county-owned transfer stations. We implement Assembly Bill 341, which is mandatory commercial recycling, AB 1826, which is mandatory commercial organics recycling, SB 1383, which is the short-lived climate pollutants reduction strategy. That is being overseen by CalRecycle. The process will include audits of our program. We're currently considered in compliance by the state, but that's an ongoing effort to remain in compliance. And then the division also assists and participates in the Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority, which we have 2 board members on that board, and it's now administered by the city of Ukiah. And with the services contracted out to CNS Waste Solutions. Their services are funded by a $9.50 per ton fee, which is collected on all solid waste in the county. And the primary duties of MSWA is illegal dump cleanup and household hazardous waste collection. So you can sort of see it on this slide. It's a little far away, but illegal dump sites can be reported to the city of Ukiah now to Seth Strader, and the phone number is listed here on the slide, as well as the website for the HHW collection, which is Wednesdays in Ukiah and then select Saturdays around the county, and the schedule is there on the website. And I believe that's all I have.
Good morning. Jason Wise, Deputy Director of the Land Improvement Division. So I'm going to talk about the airports first. There are several airstrips and airports in the county, but only 2 are owned and operated by the county, and those are Little River and Round Valley airports. Little River receives significantly more airplane traffic than Round Valley, so we have an airport attendant there 5 days a week to greet visitors, collect fees, and fight back the ever-encroaching vegetation. Airport infrastructure projects are funded primarily through FAA grants. They usually cover 95%. California Division of Aeronautics through Caltrans can often cover part of a local match, and sometimes we find other sources of funding to help cover. For the large projects, we usually have to cover the local match ourselves, but we have brought in $6.25 million since the year 2005 in infrastructure projects at the airports. We work with an excellent engineering firm, Mead and Hunt, to develop the plans and specifications, and then the county staff manage the grants and the contracts. Next, Alicia. The majority of our time is spent with private development projects. Our surveyor checks survey maps for technical accuracy and spends a lot of time with local surveyors and members of the public doing right-of-way research. We have 2 engineers who work through about 200 transportation permits a year. Those are for oversized, overweight loads, and about 120 encroachment permits every year. We also work closely with planning and building on development projects such as subdivisions, coastal development permits, and boundary line adjustments to ensure that development is done in a safe and orderly fashion and in accordance with the road and development standards adopted by the county in 2008. So the quick recap is I work with the airports, surveying and property lines, and any work being done in the county right away.
Okay, and finally, as we said, we've got a lot of what was referenced at the web pages that are listed for the board and the public. And with that, we're just on that slide where we thank you for an opportunity to communicate, and I think we have time for more communication if there are questions.
Supervisor Williams.
Briefly, I want to thank all of you, especially Amber. Every solid waste problem I brings, within a day it's solved. Public really values that because it's there's nothing like having a trash problem. On roads, I don't hear any consistently, I don't hear any complaints about DOT from the public. I hear complaints that we're not funding roads adequately. And once in a while I get a complaint about why are you chip sealing, and I have to point out there's no engineered fill. It was probably a wagon trail. Maybe it's banked wrong. You know, chip seal is as good as we're gonna get if we wanna maintain 1,000 miles plus of road in this county. Question for you is, a portion of our property tax goes to roads. Do you think that portion is correct, or should this board consider bumping it up 1%? What difference would that make to residents in this county if we were to make that type of structural change to funding?
Okay, so ever since yesterday when this kind of question got asked to the public safety group, I wondered if I would get it. It's my understanding that the county's kind of locked in on property tax. I believe the portion of property tax, which is the road tax, was a pre-1978 Prop 13 ad valorem tax. So it's I don't know that you can just bump it, and I don't know that you can just increase it. So you would be taking the same pie and carving a different piece out. And as much as I've thought about the answer the DA gave, I think I'll kind of fall into that suit. That's hard for me to tell this board what I think you should take of a pie that's set. And sure, I'd like a little bigger piece, but that means something else shrinks. And that's hard for me to advise you on.
Okay.
Because I don't think you can grow the pie.
No, we can't grow the pie, and I don't know if a tax would pass. I mean, it's a nice idea, 1 cent, but what I hear from the public is not likely. I mean, supervisors started out supervising what? Roads. And that's one of our core functions, is to make sure we adequately maintain the infrastructure. When I hear that PCI index, I think we're not putting enough money towards the problem. It's certainly not that the department isn't competent or isn't using the money wisely. I see you're making good decisions at every turn trying to maximize it. Simply a problem, there's not enough revenue. If we continue that 10, 20, 30 years out, what does it look like in Mendocino County? I think it looks like gravel roads in a lot of cases. How far off base am I?
Well, you know, as Alicia said, we're going to do the best with what we get, try to be as efficient as possible. So far, the 20-year plan, which does a good job of preserving and or corrective maintenance on a segment of road, has been successful. And the more we can do a good fix, the Band-Aids that the road crew puts on everything else, they'll have more time to do the Band-Aids and do a better Band-Aid. So the hope is, as we get into 20 years, even though, as we spoke to the fact that the idea of this sales tax would be to treat the 700 or the 317 miles of road that aren't in the 20-year plan, those 317 miles will get better routine maintenance as we fix the other half better. You know, whether they'll go back to dirt or not before we can get to them, I can't say. That's a lot of time, and unfortunately, roads get worn out not only by traffic but by geology and weather. You know, they just wear out, and it could be that we will end up with more dirt roads.
Thank you, and for the board, I said I would be brief. There was a consent item that I wrote last year, and it was to ask DOT in the wintertime, when they had resources available, to do the speed survey to set effective speed limits on 2 districts in the 5th. At the time, I had asked Supervisor Jurdy, because CHP identified Simpson Lane in the 4th district as needing enforcement. And the theory is you can't put speed bumps on collector roads. Signs don't really have any effect. Enforcement is what changes driving patterns. And Supervisor Jurdy at the time said, let's see how it goes in the 5th first. And I think what he meant by that is, as soon as people start getting tickets, I'm going to take the blame as a supervisor. You want to take that into consideration. But we don't have dangerous roads. We have dangerous driving on roads that are not designed for those types of speeds. And I still go to a lot of traffic collisions. CHP pointed out at one point there are 4 roads county roads they can write tickets on in the county. Another officer said 6. I don't know what that number is, but it's not many of our roads. Most roads have speed limits that are sort of a decoration. It's an advisory. If you're over 55, they're going to give you a ticket. But if it's a 30 and you're driving 50 through there, they probably can't write a ticket that's actually enforceable. And if we want a safer county and we want people to be safer on our roads, that's an area that's not a high cost that would make a difference.
Okay. So with this proposal or the survey that MCOG is doing with the Department of Transportation, my understanding was that they're looking at different levels of not just a cent, but it could be a half cent, it could be different levels of where people might vote for it. So if you have more information than I do.
I think that the ask was for 1 cent. And it could be when they poll, and it's a good thing you're bringing that up now, that could be some helpful direction. We could ask them to look at a lesser you know. But
Yeah,
that'll also change the amount of roads you can treat. Because,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I did, during the MCOG meeting, I asked, and they said that they were going to look at different levels. Okay.
I also believe that the state partnership funds that I was saying that we could also take advantage of leveraging additional funds, I believe that you have to have maybe a 1 cent. Do you know? Or is it not?
It just has to be dedicated to
Dedicated
roads.
to
It has
the
to be
roads.
dedicated.
Okay, all
Not
right.
general.
Okay, all right. So MCOG hasn't put out the RFP yet, though, so they can
Okay.
explore different options.
And then the other question is, with the 20-year plan, so we're at year 7 now. So are you waiting, I forget the slide and what it actually said because you're going fast, but it was about the 30-year plan. Or so that would be another 10 years. And how do we make this 20-year plan a 20-year plan at this point? Or is that the idea?
The idea with the 30-year plan was if we take 317 miles of road that's not in the 20-year plan, and we look at a 1 cent unincorporated area sales tax, it takes 30 years of that to treat the 317 miles. That's where the 30 came from. It's literally the amount of miles of surface miles. That doesn't even count the dirt roads. I'm talking the surface miles, 317, and what a 1 cent would yield. I guess you could say that if we looked at a half a cent, it would be a 60-year plan. I mean, that's almost impossible, but yeah. I'm projecting an expenditure plan, which I would be required to do for any sales tax. I'd have to give the public, when they vote on it, some kind of plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just my thinking was, if we have this 20-year plan and we're at year 7, so we have 13 years left, that maybe if we go have the sales tax on the ballot, people would want to know, 20 years from now, I'm still not on the list. Or, maybe that 20-year plan could be updated to 27, right?
I would leave the 20-year plan alone because it's funded by RMRA funding, which is part of the gas tax. I would try to, when I do the expenditure plan, when it's going to go on the ballot, because it'll have to be there, I would probably try to dovetail the roads within the same area as the 20-year plan so that there was an economy of scale. But the public would look separately at what they're voting on with the sales tax expenditure plan than they would the 20-year plan. At least that's how I've envisioned it.
Okay. All right. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you. Director DeShiel, I kind of want to go back to some of the discussion around some of our roads are basically turning into dirt. I have constituents that are coming to me saying, I would rather my road just be gravel. It's not frequently used. There's not very many houses on this road. What are your thoughts around returning some of these roads to gravel?
So, we're okay with that. It would be good to know that a majority of the citizens are okay with that. When we've done this in the past, at some points we just encounter really stiff resistance to that. If someone's had a chip sealed road, if nothing else, the dust is less. So as soon as you go back to a gravel road, you have dust again. We've actually had people threaten to, take an action against the department because the dust, say, harms their crop.
Right.
So it's a mixed bag. I mean, I'm open to it, but it's very difficult to take something away.
Understand. And then can you speak a little bit to the finances around that? I know that there's, at times we do spray for help with the dust. And so can you speak a little bit to the cost differences, even if it's just very general?
So, getting back to the dust suppression, and that was something I put before the board and got them to agree to, it's probably better to save up, which we're doing now, past direction for 5 years, what we would spend on dust suppression, and just chip seal or do a good repair on less miles of road. Because the dust off, if we happen to get a summer rain, all the effort we put into it just washes off. So, and you know, you have to reapply it every year. So it wasn't a big program we had. I'd have to go back to that agenda item. I had it all lined out there. You could probably go back and look. It's been 3 years ago. But I think that it's better to save the money up and do a chip seal.
Thank you.
Yeah, there was talk yesterday about increasing the amount of money. I think Supervisor Williams brought it up about, you know, contributing more to the roads. But that's a discussion for the budget process is what I see. And, you know, because obviously the state of the budget at this point, if we give it more to the roads, then we're taking it away from something else. And so that's really I mean, the board can do that, but there's going to be right. It's a zero-sum game at this point with the budget. So I'm just putting it out there about the process and when we will get to that issue. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so in terms of process, what's happened in the past is once we get into the budget process, if one of us asks a question, can we fund DOT because the public is telling us roads are one of the 2 top priorities, we hear there isn't adequate time to put a plan together. We can't ask those questions now. What I was hoping out of the workshop, we would see, is there a majority of the board that would be interested in staff bringing a couple options forward at budget time? Maybe 3 options, this level, A, B, or C, different levels of funding. And if we were to support the district attorney's approach of the vertical yardstick, we would say public safety and roads first. We're not talking about what to cut anywhere else, but we're going to do those adequately. And then we'll worry about the rest of the budget. And we probably get a different result than the way we've been going. If there's not interest, I'm fine being on the losing end of that vote. But I think if we wait until the budget process begins, it's really too late to do that research and ask staff to bring options.
All right.
Well, just to respond, if there was, say, some years the board just has a larger carryover and there's more money available than you need, so we're not talking about cutting another department or program. And if I knew that amount, then we could put together, you know, options for ways to spend it. One thing's for sure, even if we couldn't get the details together, thanks to Supervisor Jurdy, you have a line item for corrective maintenance and preventative maintenance. You could put those funds in that item and then say, for instance, we're bringing a contract to you for the normal 20-year plan, but you gave us X amount of money more. We could identify what that X amount would do in that same contract, and then you could vote it up or vote it down. We could even make it an additive. We've done that before. So that would be a way for more detail to come later.
Chair, if I would ask if there is board support for having some sort of rough plan come forward, I would hope we would put emphasis on ensuring geographically that we're providing benefits throughout the county. It'd be a lot more favorable with the public if we explain we're using our carry forward to improve roads everywhere. Maybe not in every community, but you know, don't put it all on the coast, don't put it all in the northeast corner of the county, try to spread it out.
So I think that's where there would have to be some more discussion about how the board would want the department to look at spending that money, whether it be additional funds for the current 20-year plan or, you know, because we don't know if the sales tax measure is going to be successful. There's also the additional surface roads that aren't being touched in the 20-year plan. There's also the 11 to 15 road maintenance worker positions that, you know, we currently don't have the funds for. And so I would say that there would have to be some discussion about, you know, how the board would want to see those funds being spent. And that would also depend on whether it was just, say, a carryover you know, that is like a one-time thing, or if it's going to be like a regular thing.
Good example is last year MCOG, and the members that were on MCOG from the county supported it, there was additional STIP funds that we added to the corrective maintenance plan last year. And you all saw that when we brought it to you as an adjunct onto that contract. Depending on the amount of money, and if you wanted to put money in different geographic locations, that's fine, but the logistics of if it's small, and unfortunately in road work, you know, $1 million is small, then spreading it around in the same year, you lose travel time and logistics. So the way we did the STIP money was we put it on the same project. But because the road fund doesn't sweep, if you put funds in that line item, we could draw them out as the 20-year plan got to different areas. The board directed that. So that's the whole purpose of that line item, is you know it would go to corrective maintenance or preventative maintenance.
And I think that those SIP funds that we funded were for the 5th district, those projects.
Yeah, so to expand on that, so we went through a competitive process to seek these additional STIP grant funds to supplement last year's corrective maintenance, which was on Mountain View Road. And so with just the SB1 RMRA money, we would have pretty much only been able to double chip seal the entire road. But with the additional $2 million of STIP funds, then we were able to do asphalt overlays on the sharp turns and steep grades, as well as doing the full depth reclamation recycled base on the worst segments of the road. And so that's something that those additional funds can do. And I do intend to go after, you know, STIP funds to do this in future cycles, but it does, but not all of the roads are eligible for it.
And I was going to clue in on that, and maybe for the new supervisors, is there's on-system roads and off-system roads. So your RMRA money can go to any road in your system. The CTC, the California Transportation Commission, and most of the federal funds, if there is what we call 3R projects, that's repair, resurface, reconstruct, that's a Federal Highway Administration jargon, but it can only go to your on-system road. So Mountain View Road is an on-system road. About 10% of the road system are on-system roads. So that was an opportunity. We were doing an RMRA normal project, so that's why we added it. You know, it wasn't that it was the 5th district. Let me just say something. I've said this many times. When I look at the road systems and projects, I could care less about the district boundaries. It's the road, and in this case, it's a category of road that was eligible, where we were already mobilized on a project.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so we're coming to the end of the time. Any further comments? And I think with Supervisor Williams' suggestion is coming back with having some kind of plan available to us, that if we did have extra money, we could kind of choose how to spend it on roads. And that's the request, right?
The request was 3 different levels of general fund contribution to DOT and what it would translate into public value. Mm-hmm. And then the 5 of us could decide to do nothing, or we could decide 3 different tiered options, what we think we can use out of our carry forward. Or
okay.
It's really hard to do. Like I said, I do these plans based on, just like RMRA, I had a revenue stream projection. I can do a cost estimate for so many miles, and I get you an answer. But unless I have an amount, it's hard for me to give you a plan. So like, you want me to give you a plan for $1 million, $2 million, $3 million? Something like that.
Chair, one of the difficulties I'm having I'm not trying to be difficult, but with the process, unless we give some direction, I can't expect staff to expend time putting plans together. And I feel like we're not giving any indication of where we stand. If the majority of us are not in favor of putting more money towards roads, don't have our road staff waste time on those plans. If the majority think yes, we don't know the exact dollar amount, we don't know exactly what we would approve, but we want to do something more, this would be a good opportunity to give them a heads up that's worth working on those plans. I imagine if I were in their place, I would be looking at this wondering, what do they want from us? And just to be frank, where I stand is I'm a yes to anything for roads, because the public comes to me and says, public safety and roads, top priorities, do that before everything else. I'm a hard yes. They'd need to figure out, are there 2 more votes on the board?
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I'll signal support for further exploration and ask Supervisor Williams to bring an agenda item forward.
Okay. We can do that, right?
Chair, could we see if there's at least a third showing interest in the concept?
Yeah, I'd be interested in that concept, right? Oh, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I've been pretty quiet during this discussion because generally my district doesn't have roads. However, I do hear from many people in the community, obviously, about county roads, and I am appreciative that the 20-year plan exists, even though I wasn't on the board when those roads were selected. At that point, I at least can say, hang in there for 3 more years, sometimes 10, depending on what it is. I would be appreciative of having at least something to look at. I really like the idea that now we have at least some amount of road miles that a tax would give us, so we can start talking about that, because previously we didn't have that, and I've seen that work in the city of Ukiah. So I know just personally that it can make a very big difference if we support it. And since you're seems like you're working on this as part of the MCOG process, I think it would be helpful for me if, first and foremost, in my opinion, now we have a plan for county employee salaries. And that was really a priority, is how do we make sure that we're paying people enough that they want to stay and work within our agency, so that when we do have carryover, we can look at other things that we need to look at. We have a lot of capital facility needs, so that our employees that we're now paying market wages can work in comfortable locations that don't have the ceiling bladders and rain coming in on them. I also want to make sure that we're taking care of the facilities that we already own with any kind of carryover. And part of that is also facilities that we own is our roads. So if you were able to tell us, maybe even as you kind of are looking at the 30-year plan in conjunction to what is around in the 20-year existing plan, totally understand that concept. If it is a $1 million carryover, it's a $2 million carryover, this translates into 5 more workers, or we can do 2 streets around where we were going to do 27, 28, then you're going to get this. If it's possible to do that like in an efficient way, as you look at the 30-year plan, and as the board can look at, we now have a $2 million carryover or a $3 million carryover. You can either hire 5 more people that are going to work throughout the county, or you can do 2 more streets that are near where they were already planned. That to me would be helpful if that's some kind of starting point.
So a year at a time, that's pretty easy to do. For instance, the plan for this year is in the Hopland area. You know, we could look at 1 million more, 2 million more, 3 million more, and say this many more miles, this many more miles. And that could probably extend to, that inland south part of the county. Again, I'm not really looking at a district line on any of that. So we could do that. To project one out for much longer than that would be difficult. So if you're going to look, and this is actually, the way one-time money goes. If you have a carryover, there's no guarantee you'll have it the next year. I would say this, though. If you want me to look at restoring positions, that really needs to have more of a year-by-year commitment, because there's nothing worse than thinking, okay, we can hire, and then the next year we don't get additional funding, and then what do? Hope enough people retire or we have enough attrition. So it's much easier to do with a project like corrective maintenance where it's a contract, which means you can look at it for this year, but next year we just go back to the 20-year plan. There's not an ongoing commitment. Hiring people, I see that as really needing an ongoing commitment.
Thank you. If I just may, I appreciate that. And, I think we also have to think about not the way that we've always done things. And so maybe we're not hiring year-round staff. Maybe we're having a temp workforce during a construction season or that type of thing. And we know that every, maybe every year, then we're going to have an opportunity to get 3 people that are home on college break during the summer. And that's when we're going to work them. I mean, I don't want you to expend an incredible amount of time on that, but I want you to just try to be flexible and open to thinking about, definitely don't want to just lay a bunch of people off, but if we're looking at temporary opportunities or that type of thing, I think it's something to consider.
All right. Any other comments from the board? Well, thank you very much for this presentation. And we look forward to this agenda item, and we'll move forward in the budget process. Okay, so we're going to adjourn for lunch now, and we'll be back at 12 o'clock. Everybody, and it's 12:01. We're going to resume the afternoon workshop. Let's see, we're going to deal with agenda item number 6 right now, which is department priorities, and item 6A is planning and building services priorities. So we have with us today Julia Krog, Director of Planning and Building Services, and Mr. John Burks.
Thank you, Chair Hashak. Give me just a moment here to share my screen with our presentation. Make sure that pops up here. So as you stated, my name is Julia Krog. I'm the Planning and Building Services Director, and with me today I have Assistant Director John Burks. We're grateful to be here today for this opportunity to present to the board as part of this workshop format, and we look forward to working cooperatively with the board and the community over the coming year on some of the key projects that the department has on our work plan. So here is our agenda for the presentation today. We'll start with a department overview, then discuss the key goals for 2025, and then we'll look at what PBS is working on in line with the strategic plan initiatives, and also leave time for questions and comments. So in terms of department overview, Planning and Building Services is designated by county code as the agency responsible for administering and enforcing the zoning, subdivision, and building codes of Mendocino County. The department has 3 primary divisions, our building, planning, and code enforcement divisions, and we also support 2 office locations, one in Ukiah and our satellite office in Fort Bragg. You can see on this slide a copy of our organizational chart. We currently have 45 employees with a 19% vacancy rate. Our Ukiah office is the larger of the 2 offices with 34 employees, and our Fort Bragg office has 9 employees. In addition, we also have 2 remote part-time planning staff. The staff names shown in green on this chart are the employees in our Ukiah office. The staff names in blue are the employees in our Fort Bragg office, and the 2 in orange are the remote employees. The department has most key positions filled with the exception of the chief planner position. We've attempted to fill this several times, but we have been unsuccessful. We plan to try again to fill this position in the future, but in the interim, we have shifted the responsibilities of that position amongst existing staff members to ensure that management oversight is provided to the planning division. This last year, the department did a reorganization of the reporting structure for several employees and consolidated supporting administrative positions under the division in which they serve. So the first was with our front counter administrative staff. We moved those underneath the building division as they primarily support the building division. And this allows the chief building official to have oversight over the entirety of the building permit process. We also successfully filled our supervising permit technician, which was a position that we worked on for nearly 2 years to have established and then added to our organizational chart. And so we're pleased to have a supervising permit tech in that role. And then we also recently received approval from the Civil Service Commission for permit technician 1 and 2 classifications, which will allow us to transition our front counter staff assistants into permit technicians. And we'll do that through a competitive recruitment process. And the great thing about the permit technician positions is those do have educational requirements with it and a certification required. So it's really going to encourage staff that are working in those frontline positions to have some more specialized training to really have greater knowledge over the work that they're doing in interaction with the public. We also recently received approval from the Civil Service Commission, and the board also added it to our allocation table for Code Enforcement Officer 3 positions. So we'll be looking to open recruitments to fill those positions as well in the not too distant future. So now I'll talk a little bit about each one of our divisions and their key focus area. You can see, and I'm not going to read everything on this slide, but you can see we have our 3 separate divisions: Building Division, Planning Division, and Code Enforcement Division. And I'll talk a little bit about each division, their current staffing level, and the general workload. So the Building Division consists of 16 employees between the 2 offices. They handle all facets of the building permit process from start to finish. Our building inspectors also provide plan check and inspection services for the cities of Fort Bragg and Point Arena. Building permit applications have been on a downward trend since fiscal year 21-22, and in fiscal year 23-24, the department saw a reduction by 40% from fiscal year 21-22. We had about 1,850 less applications received. We believe that, while this may sound like shocking numbers, this is actually returning back to levels pre-adoption of the Mendocino Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance. So really, we're just getting back to where we were prior to the influx of permitting, for hoop house infrastructure, cannabis-related infrastructure. So we're returning back to those prior levels. So while it is a reduction, it's just getting back to where we used to be. In fiscal year 23-24, the county received 2,436 building permit applications. We issued 2,476 permits, finalized 2,495 permits, and completed nearly 9,000 inspections. So far, this fiscal year is on a similar trend to prior fiscal years in terms of permit activity in the building division. Our planning division consists of 15 employees between the two offices and including remote planning staff. The planning division is responsible for conducting planning review of building permits, processing discretionary permit applications, and preparing, updating, and implementing the county general plan and other specific plans. The planning division also provides staff support to 8 boards and commissions. The division has a cartographer planner who is our designated address coordinator for the department and who handles mapping, cartography, GIS, and census data work. In fiscal year 23-24, the department received 225 discretionary permit applications, and each planner carried an average caseload of 19 projects. Our highest caseload is 31 for planners, and those are usually for our more senior level planning staff, our journey level planners, planners 2s and 3s, and a lot of that work is coastal development permit work. Our code enforcement division consists of 9 employees, 4 field officers, and 2 administrative staff between the 2 offices. The division is divided into 2 sectors, north and south, with staff assigned to each area. The code enforcement division is also responsible for the county's abandoned vehicle abatement program, which was recently renewed by voter approval. Over the last couple years, the code enforcement division has provided support to the cannabis program in conducting inspections, but this concluded in October 2024. And we are also currently in the midst of a pilot project of code enforcement as a service model through a memorandum of understanding with solid waste related to SB 1383 compliance. And that MOU was established in May of 2024. However, we haven't actually exercised any enforcement under it as of yet. In 2024, Code received 542 complaints, closed 745 complaints and cases, and the average caseload for each officer is 58.3 cases at any one time. Code enforcement abated 90 abandoned vehicles and reduced the average time to close an abandoned vehicle abatement from 9 days to 5.5 days. So next, I'll talk a little bit about our department metrics. So the department's tool for really measuring our basic performance has been our recent work on metrics. So as you can see on this slide, the graphic is of our homepage, and we have various buttons on our homepage, and the one that is highlighted here is our metrics. So when you click on that, you will get essentially the list of all the metrics done by division on a monthly basis. And these reports quantify revenue versus expense, applications received, workload inventory, and the lead time for completion. So we've been excited about this. It's something new for us to really provide greater transparency about where we're at on a monthly basis. And if any supervisors ever have a question about those metrics, we're more than happy to assist. So now we'll move into the part of the agenda to talk about key goals for 2025. So of course, our first goal is to do our bread and butter, which is processing building permits, discretionary permits, completing our mandatory reporting requirements, and code enforcement work based upon the previously adopted priorities. And I'm going to flip just to the next slide just to remind the board of what those previously adopted priorities are. So these were adopted on December 19th of 2023 when code enforcement came before the board to present about priorities and really have a reaffirmation of the work that they're doing in terms of prioritizing response to code enforcement complaints. So you can see those here, the first being life safety, the second environmental degradation, the third non-permitted construction, fourth is nuisances, fifth is illegal cannabis cultivation. And in addition, the division did receive from the board an affirmation to use strategic discretion in response to and enforceability of anonymous complaints, which are often very difficult for us to follow up on because there is not a complaining party for us to contact for any additional information. So our second key goal for 2025 is to continue work on improvement and enhancement of processes and customer service, as well as updating our permit tracking software and our fee schedule. So I do just want to pause here to note about the permit tracking software. Our current permit tracking software is sunsetting, so we will be looking to move to likely a new provider or a new service. And so that's something that we're in the process of working on right now, but it will be a couple-year transition. We want to continue with our scanning project to reduce our storage needs and improve our availability of records. We've been working on this for the last, I think, almost 2 years. And we have scanned a significant amount of our records at this point. Our storage facilities are looking a little bit empty these days, and we hope to be able to get rid of those entirely. So we've been working with Toshiba in doing this scanning project, and really the goal is to, one, have much easier accessible records, reduce our storage needs, and be able to really rapidly respond to public requests for information. So Public Records Act requests, or also just somebody wanting to have some of the history on their property. So we're looking forward to continuing that. Our fourth goal is to complete our Fort Bragg office location move to the Avila Center. So for those of you that are new on the board, you may not be aware that there was direction given to consolidate the Fort Bragg office location, so where we currently are on First Street, and move into the Avila Center. So we're in the process of that, and we hope to be fully moved in by the end of this fiscal year. Our fifth goal is to continue work on our local coastal program update. And this is going to be a continuous priority from 2023 through 2026. The department received a nearly $2.2 million grant from the California Coastal Commission, and then also a nearly $500,000 separate rolling grant for a sea level rise resiliency strategy. And this work is to comprehensively update our local coastal program, which hasn't been updated since it was certified in 1991. So it's been a long overdue project, and we are right now in the phase of technical studies related to it. So a lot of the work is going to be ramping up in the not too distant future, and we will likely start scheduling some regular check-ins with the board to talk about some of the policy decisions that may need to be made as part of that process. We also are in the midst of completing our surface mining and reclamation ordinance update, and this is for consistency with state law requirements. So we are working on that. And we also have our Ukiah Valley Area Plan related rezonings. In 2011, when the board adopted the Ukiah Valley Area Plan, we created inconsistent general plan designations with zoning districts, and previously individual property owners would have to come in to fix those and make them consistent at the time of doing further development. And the county is sponsoring a rezone for those, I think it's 239 parcels. So that'll be coming forward. The draft reports are on my desk. This is also the year that we'll hit our building code cycle update. So there's been no action yet by the Building Standards Commission, but we'll be coming to the board likely at the end of the year for adopting what will be the 2025 building code effective in 2026. We also are continuing our work on the zoning regulations for inland short-term rentals. Our staff member who had been working on this moved on to a job with another jurisdiction, so we have a new staff member taking that over, and we plan to be doing some additional stakeholder engagement and gathering some additional input from the community before drafting any regulations for the Planning Commission's review and then ultimately the board. We also have the zoning regulations for the inland low-intensity camping regulations, and we will actually be in front of this board in February to receive some direction from you on those. And then finally, we are going to be completing the integration of the Redwood Valley Municipal Advisory Council Community Action Plan, and this was direction given to our office in February of 2024. And so we will be working to continue and bring that forward to the board later this year.
All right. Well, if we can stay on that for a second.
Sure.
And the vision for this workshop is that if there are ideas that we wanted to add to the goals, then those ideas could be voiced, and then it would be brought back in a future meeting to really see if there's board action that wants to be taken to modify your goals, right? So Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation and the format. My question is, this list of 11 key goals for 2025, would you say that the priority follows in the numerical order from 1 to 11?
I think largely yes, and I will say primarily the order is because the some of the earlier ordinance amendments we've been working on for a while, so we're very close to finalizing those. So yes, generally it is the prioritization order.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I just lost my turn. No. I think code enforcement is working really well. It's one of the things I hear from the public, responsive. I mean, I know Gretchen is super responsive to me and solves problems basically the next day. And I think it's they've effectively communicated with the public that the goal is compliance. It's not punitive. It's just making sure neighbors respect neighbors. So that's an area where I wouldn't want to change anything. I think we have a system that's working really well. And then on the planning side, I guess you have my compassion. I hear factions. There's people who want building to be easier. Well, you don't control the building code. And, you know, even the argument of interpretation, you know, it's like, can we really ask you to interpret it in a way that's more lenient than it was intended? Probably not. I think the underlying problem is we want housing, but we don't have an economy that supports housing the way California wants us to do it. You add on all the WUI regulations and the new septic on the environmental side and water, and you build where there's infrastructure, and then you say, and do it in the unincorporated. Like, how are you going to do that? For the board, I think what may be more realistic is for us to try to partner, I don't want to say put pressure, but partner on the cities for infill. The place to build housing is where you have infrastructure. Trying to do density in the unincorporated just doesn't pencil out. I've gone out and met with developers and they've said, Ted, you have people who can build one house, maybe 4 houses in your county. You don't have the crews that can build 100 houses, and you need that scale in order to bring the cost down to market. So what you see in somewhere like Tracy, you try to do in Mendocino, first, the public won't accept it. Second, you don't have the resources available. You're putting crews up in hotels. It's not feasible. So my ask of the board is, let's get honest about the outlook for the next 5 to 10 years of what's realistic. If adding housing is not realistic, let's tell the public, this is basically what it will be. You want more housing, you can go out there, take out the loan and build the house. But our local government doesn't really have a role in that, and there's nothing we can ask our planning and building department to do that's legal that will move that needle.
Right. As far as the goals go, in the GGC, we started looking at the cannabis facility business license. And I think that for me, I hear a lot of that interest in what can we do to improve those situations, or is there modifications? And I think that in our discussions, you know, there are some pathways. It just seems like it needs to be put into it as a goal. And I would like to see that brought back to see if there's board interest in pursuing that. The other one is that water extraction for commercial sales. And I guess that's coming back in February?
That is correct. We have a placeholder for the second meeting in February to discuss some of the concerns from staff and talk about the draft that it was done back in July of 2022 and really receive some clear direction from the board on how to move forward.
Yeah, okay, very good. Anything else?
Yeah, really quickly, jumping off of a comment from Supervisor Williams, could you just summarize a little bit about our building code? How much more expansive do we go beyond what's required by state law?
Well, that's a great question. And I will say, I think one of the best things that the county has for us, for our rural inhabitants, is the Class K regulation. So not every jurisdiction has Class K or chooses to exercise having Class K. And I think that is where this county has really found that is a really helpful way for owner-builder compliance to be able to permit after-the-fact development, working with property owners, still ensuring that basic life safety and health requirements are satisfied. But it really has provided, I think, greater flexibility than what you may see in many other jurisdictions throughout the state. But you know, the building code is rather rigid. There is not a lot of room for flexibility, and I will say what we see with every code cycle update is generally the rules are tightening. They're not necessarily loosening, they're tightening. And one thing that we have tried to do is there are some appendices to the building code. So as an example, when we adopted the current code that we're under, the 2022 cycle, we did adopt Appendix AQ, which was some relaxed standards for tiny houses, structures under 400 square feet in size. Without adopting that, we wouldn't have been able to exercise those exceptions. So, we do look at all of the appendices and see what really works for our community, and then we'll provide a recommendation to the board when we come forward about additional appendices to provide that greater flexibility.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think that point about, the building code and housing and the restrictive nature, the difficulty and the cost for using the building code, which we have to do except for Measure K, or Class K, I mean, is that, so what I see is a proper venue for trying to make a change in that regard would be taking it to the GGC and putting it into the legislative platform, and then going to the state with those kind of issues, right? So, because
correct, yes.
We can talk all day about it, but unless we have someone working on it in Sacramento or with our legislators, it's...
We can only do so much locally.
Right.
Really.
Yes. Okay. Supervisor Mulherin.
I just want to point out that I think that our planning and building staff has done an excellent job of trying to work with developers, and I understand that Supervisor Williams comes from a different mindset than I do, but I know that we have a developer that is working on 2 projects currently that'll bring housing. There are developers that are working within the city limits of Ukiah that are also partnering with the county. Julie has been very helpful with me when I've tried to meet with developers that want to put in housing, and I think it's confusing for the public to hear that there's no hope for housing and it's not happening when it is, and we're working on what we can work on and hiring consultants if that's what we need, or working on the CSD. What are our options? How can we help you? We have junior ADUs and ADU plans and Class K, and we're welcome to hear any kind of suggestions that people have, I think, about different types of housing, but it's confusing for developers and the public to hear a message like that. And so I just want to thank staff for always trying to figure out how do we add more housing, because we know it's a need in our community.
Well, and thank you very much for that comment. And I'll just note, with our recent inland zoning code update that the board adopted in September of 2024, we did move forward with relaxing quite a few different standards that we have that will hopefully entice developers to come to our community. For example, we removed our inclusionary housing ordinance. So now if developers wish to receive any concessions or incentives, they would really only be needing to go through the state density bonus law requirements, which is much less than what we had in our inclusionary housing ordinance. We also expanded the types of housing development that you could do by adopting the movable tiny home regulations and allowing those as both primary dwellings and accessory dwellings. So I think we have done some work in recent months. I don't think we've seen the fruits of that labor yet, but that we have been really working to try to reduce some of those barriers to encourage development to come to our community. And I know Mr. Burks had a comment as well.
If I may, also I think to your point is there's very, very few circumstances with the building code where we're actually suggesting the board adopt something that's more restrictive. Anytime there's discretion by our department, an example would be timelines associated with permits. I think the building code's 180 days. We opt for a year. We always try to sort of put forth suggestions to you when you adopt this code that are more in favor of the community members than necessarily the regulation. So we're really trying to find every little breadcrumb we can to make the process easier, but we just control so little of it that, we're just the administrators, not the arbiters, really.
Another goal, number 10, is the low-intensity camping. You say inland low-intensity camping. So I'm glad to see that, and I think that really, because of the issues on the coast and, kind of the favorability that this is looked at in inland, I think it's a wise thing to split the two and deal with them separately, or as much as possible. And I think there are ways to do it. So
Yes, absolutely. We'll still have to address areas that are proximate to the coastal zone boundary, as I know that's been a concern, that while they may be technically inland, underneath our inland zoning code, they are very proximate to the coastal area, and there's been some concern expressed about sort of that impact just because of the proximity.
Yeah. So if I could put it on to the wish list of our issues, is that might be brought back to the board sooner and not go through that whole process that you have spelled out, with all the, you have like 6-7 steps, right? So maybe the board could opine on something in the near future.
I will be before this board at your first meeting in February to discuss low-intensity camping. So
okay, very
we'll
good.
have more discussions then.
All right, thank you.
All right, so I'll go ahead and continue forward. So we already talked about the priorities for code enforcement that were previously adopted by the board. So now we're moving into the strategic plan initiatives. And I will say some of this is a little bit repetitive because some of our work crosses multiple strategic plan pillars. So under an effective county government organization, we really encourage training for employees at all levels. We have funding that is provided. It's 1% of the building permit application fee. It's our AB 717 funds, and so that facilitates a lot of training for our building inspectors. I also just want to note that we are very proud that we have not one, but 2 master code professionals within our office, which is a classification and qualification held by only less than 1% of building officials throughout the state. And so we are incredibly proud that we have 2 within our office. That just speaks to their dedication and all of our staff's dedication to training and continuing to expand their knowledge base to better serve the community. So we also are working on process improvements for our permits and entitlements. We have been working on workflows and desk manuals, and we've had the great assistance of Trish Tracy out of the executive office providing valuable support to us as we are establishing workflows for all of our various processes, and there's a lot. The building division has a smaller set of workflow planning. I think we were in the realm of 20 different workflows. So it's been a lot of work, but we're excited about the fruits that will come from that as well. We've also been really focusing on enhancing the customer service experience. So we've made some adjustments at our front counter for how we just interact with the public when you come in, and trying to triage a little bit more at one station when you first come in. And then have staff dedicated to particular roles to really ensure that we're giving well-rounded customer service. And we do have a customer survey that's available to folks, both in paper and also on the web, and a QR code on our counter. And we are very pleased that so far we've been receiving a 92% satisfaction rate through that. So of course, that's only the folks that take the time to fill it out, but we've been really pleased with that. As mentioned previously, we have our transparent metrics that are published monthly, and we also include a link to that in the CEO report. We have electronic plan review established through Bluebeam, which has been something new for us, and that's been really great for both. We hear positives from the community, and also our staff really enjoy that. We have our digital building permit application submittals and issuance process, so now you can apply for and get issued a permit without ever stepping foot in the office at all. We've established performance expectations for all of our employees. We also modified our website design to try to improve availability of information. Now, this is a work in progress, and we are welcome to feedback if people have any ideas about how we could do it better. So, and then finally, we've been leveraging other funding sources such as grant funds to support our plan and ordinance updates. So we're trying to rely less upon either the general fund or our designated reserve. For Underprepared and Resilient County, we have staff that are assigned to participate in the Emergency Operations Center. I am the planning chief underneath the EOC, and we have numerous staff that support various functions under the planning and intel wing. Under the strategic plan pillars, Safe and Healthy County, the county is in the process of doing our coastal groundwater study and development guidelines update. This is part of our local coastal program update process, and we're partnering with environmental health on this work. We also are working on a sea level rise resiliency strategy, also part of the local coastal program update process. We integrated CalApp Solar Plus for automated solar plan check for eligible systems. And we've been doing ordinance amendments to address roof-mounted solar installations and EV charging stations. Under a thriving economy, we continue to collaborate with stakeholders on development proposals and regular community input meetings regarding operations. We just held a stakeholder meeting in Fort Bragg. Can you continue? I'm sorry.
Yes, of course. I'm going to fill in here. We encourage development of housing by reducing barriers through zoning ordinance amendments, which we bring before you, so you'll always see those. Recent amnesty program to permit non-permitted development without financial penalties, because typically there would be an after-the-fact penalty associated with a structure that was built without benefit of permit. Amnesty, you just come in and pay what anybody else would pay. And it was successful, I'd say, for the most part. You know, it's pretty consistent on how many people come in with the amnesty programs. Digitization of records, which of course was something discussed by the board in, I think, mostly in 2023, and we've undertaken that process. It's starting to manifest, so all of the new information coming in can be submitted digitally, and then all the existing records we're scanning and incorporating. Process improvements for permits and entitlements. When we're crafting these workflows, is we're understanding every piece of how something moves through the department, and then identifying roadblocks and polishing those in real time to try to make that process better. And I think that that is going to really start to become obvious when we get our new software, because we're going to build it around the fastest, most efficient way. So we're not backing into it as we're going in with a clear objective of what we need that to do for our community members. And then, you know, the reporting and all of those other important pieces to the board and the community, we can incorporate those from the very beginning. And then on the next slide, I do believe it's just questions and comments.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here. Ms. Kroc, I have just a couple of questions, and we've spoke about this briefly, so I'll just reiterate. A lot of what I'm approached with on the coast is from contractors. We have several in the area that are local contractors that are gobbling up lots and trying to maximize building on them. Some of it, and I think you've addressed, is the delay in permitting, and I know that's very vague. What is, you know, I guess hopefully you can answer this. If somebody wanted to come in and build 3 structures on a residential lot, what's the time expectation where they can expect to get a permit and start building?
I'm going to actually turn it over to Assistant Director John Perks to answer.
Thank you.
So if you were to look at the metrics, I'll answer that as directly as I can. I brought some charts to try and, you know, tackle those kind of subjects. But in the metrics, you can actually see what our average is from intake to issuance, from issuance to final approval. That's the exact point, so that every month we can tune into what's happening with our department in real time, so that contractors, community members can see generally what the average time is, and then we as staff can sort of say, okay, well, if it's 3 residences instead of 1, it is going to be on the higher end of that spectrum. But how many applications we have presently in our inventories in there, how fast we're moving them along, and it really gives us the ability to project better how long it's going to take to do these things. And of course, what gets measured gets better. I mean, it's just how these type of things go. So we started with the metrics, I think based off of one of your suggestions, in November of 2023. So we've been at it a while, and so I have a whole year that says what our last year average was compared to now, and we're improving in all of the categories that we measured through these efforts. So back to your point of how long you can expect to take. So let's say like in November of 2024, from intake to issuance, our average was about 60 days. And that includes correction letters, that includes, you know, communicating with the applicants, that includes other departments' review. You know, we don't always have control over every aspect of that, because there's, you know, several other, you know, agencies that need to weigh in on these. But a 60-day turnaround, as complex as it is I think pretty good, and it's only getting better. I mean, that's really what we learned. So when we hit, you know, like in December of 2024, what happens is, as the sort of daily intake, your solar, your, re-roofs, all that fades away. We start getting into the bigger projects of where we're trying to clear our plate of historic items. So let's say we send a couple correction letters and the applicants are sort of slow to respond. That's when we really try to get them through. And so worst case scenario, I would say, December is usually when we clear those off, it was 170 days. So, I kind of feel like if that's, the worst of it, then that's not too bad in comparison to some of the other counties. I think that we're middle to the upper end of the pack and all the research I've done with the speed of other counties.
Thank you. And to be clear, these aren't firsthand experiences. I'm hearing from people, right? And I don't know, I don't want to say people exaggerate, but sometimes that happens. So
and they very well may have unique circumstances to their development, and I know we're not without fault, but we're always happy if you interact with anybody directly. We'll do our very best to make that right by them if there's been anything on our end that's not been entirely efficient.
Thank you. And those timelines to me seem extremely reasonable, so thank you for that. And I appreciate your focus on getting that done. So if I narrow it down with them, what's of all of the delays that you experience and the issues you have, what's the one part of it that I guess drives them crazy the most? It would be, and I may butcher the process because I'm not experienced with it, but so they turn in the plan and they get the correction letters. And it's like, okay, I can deal with this. And they send it back to their architect or whoever. And they turn those back in, and then they get another correction letter on something different from what that was addressed the first time. And their suggestion was if they could get all of those at once. Now, I don't know if that's feasible, but that was their biggest thing, is if I could get all my corrections up front, because the time turning it in, getting the correction letter, getting them addressed, turning it back in, and this may happen 1, 2, 3, or 4 times. So, it could be the difference between your 60 and 170 days. So can you help me understand that process a little bit more, and if there is a delay and that's the delay, why that happens, and what you're doing to work on it?
So thank you for that question. I think what we see is our inspectors try to do as comprehensive as a review the first time around on a building permit plan set review. However, sometimes there are, portions that are missing to such an extent that they cannot do a comprehensive review. So then when the revised set of plans comes in, they're finally able to check for certain compliance, like say it's ADA compliance, something along those lines. That's one that we see a lot for especially commercial development. So that's where you may generate a secondary correction letter because the first set of plans just did not have sufficient information for them to even be able to provide comment on that. But our staff really does try to give as comprehensive as a correction letter as possible. We've also been toying around with the concept of trying to do a single correction letter across all the divisions that touch the permit. But we hear some positives and negatives from different jurisdictions that do it that way because it can be a delay. And then also we have the challenge of it would require someone with some specialized knowledge to really be able to determine that you don't have sort of like cross corrections happening. So one department asking for something to be corrected one particular way and another division asking for it to be corrected a different way. So, I think that we always say good information in means faster plan review and a better process for everyone. So we really encourage people to do early consultation with our office. Come in, you can talk to our inspectors, you can call us. We really do want to work with you, and we'll provide as much technical assistance as we can because the quality of submissions benefits all of us.
Thank you for that. I do know builders that do that, and they don't have nearly the complaints. So maybe that's part of the solution. So your comment, you'll get your first correction letter, and it's not until the revised plans come back because things were missing. When we originally look at the plans, do we note that something is missing and there may be a delay and there may be more corrections? Because the way they present it is it's a surprise.
Yes, I believe we have a disclaimer at the bottom of all of our corrections letter that say, based upon what you submit, there may be additional corrections required.
But do we note what's lacking or what's missing?
Yes, always.
Okay.
And please go ahead.
Well, and one correction letter versus simultaneous review is there's kind of a bit of a debate in our community is what's most efficient. So if every reviewing division, so environmental health is going to look at it, planning looks at it, building looks at it, that if we did it through each of them to accumulate one letter, let's say it's 10 days, 20 days, 15 days between each, that, well, what if we just give it to everybody at the same time to review, that in theory, the longest would be the longest review. And one of the things we find just through the nature of how this goes is building will look at it, they'll say, okay, if you're going to construct it as is, we approve. Planning looks at it and goes, wait a second, I don't know if your setbacks are correct for your zoning. So here comes another correction letter. And then they go, okay, they adjust it to fit those two needs. And then environmental health will come along and say, well, I don't know if your septic is going to support, you know, this type of development. So you're getting communication through this process from three agencies in an effort to save, you know, time that way. And so that's, again, like she said, we're exploring that possibility of having one unified correction letter. We're just trying to understand what the trade for the community member is going to be of waiting 60 days compared to 30 confusing days of the multiple communications. We're going to find that out. Now, one thing to look forward to in the future, though, is with this digital plan review in Bluebeam, it's going to save so much time because as these corrections happen, whether that's from individual divisions and departments or as one whole correction letter, it can happen through the architect, you know, digitally. So it's not going to be a $1,200 plan set to print and you have to have 3 copies, and that back and forth is hopefully going to be reduced, if not go away altogether, where we can shoot you an email, you know, between the property owner and their architect, and they can adjust accordingly at very little expense and a high rate of speed. So there's no travel time of plans, there's no printing, it's going to be more cost effective, and we think that we're going to cover a lot of ground this way, and it's going to be way better for all parties involved.
Thank you both. This helps me understand, so thank you both.
Okay. And Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I think staff is being overly polite about the quality of the applications being proportional to the amount of time it takes to process. I remember when Jesse Davis was a planner here, I had a question about why are cannabis permits taking so long. I get into his office and I see the walls plastered with the plot plans from the applications. And I mean, some are crayon drawings, some are the example, some are totally blank, right? I didn't have any more questions. That was like, I get it. And you have people who've never really worked with government. It's not their fault, but they just haven't had that interaction. I've wondered, and the other side of that spectrum is Supervisor Jurdy building. His plans just seem to sail through, and he had an architect who says she never has delays. And I think it's the quality of the work and experience translates to really fast turnaround. She said she puts in an application the same day she picks up the permit. I have a lot of people who don't have that experience. I've wondered, constructive idea, could we put together a book of failed applications that needed corrections? If I were a builder working with the department, I mean, that would elucidate me. I'd study every page of what went wrong and what the correction should have been and apply it to my work in the future. I think there's a lot of people who want to work well with the county and they simply don't know how. We don't have that guide. Any thoughts?
Well, I think usually we try to have it more of what we want you to submit to us rather than what did not pass muster with us. So we do already have some examples in terms of what should be required in terms of detail on residential plan sets. But, you know, I think there are some circumstances where folks may not know, you know, I think, again, ADA is a really prime example of this. A lot of people don't know when they may be hitting an ADA compliance issue, and even their designers may not know. So that early consultation with our office can really benefit in terms of having a complete plan set and having covered all the bases when you come in the door. So I think more so than doing a booklet of the failed plans, I would say us continuing to provide to the public what are positive examples of the detail that we're expecting on the plan sets that are coming in.
Where would the public go today to get a copy of that? Is it on the website or could it be?
Yes, it is.
All right, very good. We're at the end of our time. Are there any other quick comments? Okay, seeing none, it looks like we're going to be seeing a lot of you in February.
Yes, you will. And thank you very much for this today.
Okay, thank you, and really appreciate the work you've done. We'll take like a 3-minute break as we prepare for environmental health.
You're good. You're good. Put deodorant on today?
Thank you, Alice. I mean, it's working.
Call the meeting back to order, and we're on to item 6B, which is environmental health priorities. And we welcome Marlena Dooley to present to us.
All right, there we go. Good afternoon, Chair Haschek and our board. Welcome to our new board members. It's nice to meet you. I'm Marlena Dooley. I am your Director of Environmental Health. I am a licensed health inspector, and I have been with the county now for 18 years. I am excited to share with you all the different programs that environmental health provides for our community and discuss what our challenges are and our strategic initiatives for 2025 are. So I'm going to dive in. Okay. Where am I pointing this, Miriam? Okay, be patient. Just be patient. All right. Okay, so these are some of the ways in which environmental health currently supports our strategic initiatives, and they are not exhaustive, but they are a good example of how we tie into all the different, well, the 4 pillars of the initiatives in the strategic plan. In an effort to share some quantifiable metrics in light of yesterday's conversation around how to report out on the strategic plan goals, I want to share a little bit of granularity in some of the results that have come out of the initiatives. Director Krog did mention that we recently held a stakeholder meeting, and I want to elaborate a little more along those lines on some of the things that we have implemented in order to be more accessible to the public and in order to be more responsive to our stakeholders. So we have initiated regular biweekly meetings between myself and Director Krog so that we have better interdepartmental communication. We have a lot of overlap, and it's really important to stay in step with each other as we implement all these new processes and procedures, because we really do affect each other. We personally, Director Krog and I, host 2 stakeholder meetings, one on the coast and one in inland, to be available simply to hear the concerns of our regulated community and our stakeholders. We've had 3 of those meetings so far. Our next one is going to be February 12th, 11 o'clock here in Ukiah. They've been very well attended, I would say, and for the most part, our stakeholders have been supportive and provided a lot of constructive feedback that both Julie and I have taken and discuss and implement when possible. We also have our administrative staff trying to coordinate on a weekly basis. My admin staff attend their meetings so that as they improve and change their workflows, environmental health can fit into that so that it appears to be a cohesive process rather than a more disjointed process. Our environmental health managers are going to start attending code enforcement meetings once a month, because we have code enforcement cases that are often overlapping between environmental health jurisdictions and code enforcements. So when you're dealing with an illegal structure, whether there are also water and sewer issues, so that we can be more efficient in responding to our code enforcement requirements in conjunction with code enforcement. And let's see, excuse me. And we are continuing to participate with with planning and buildings permit processing. I really think it's worth going over there and looking at some of the process maps, because there is a lot of work that's gone on. And to speak to your question earlier about building permits, we are discussing what would it look like to have a single building correction letter that would include environmental health. But one of the challenges, as you'll see later, is environmental health only has 2 land use staff. So you may go through a process that is slowed down waiting for 2 of our inspectors because we are so short-staffed. So that's an aspect that they are concerned about. If they could get a building correction letter out sooner, that is kind of the push and the pull of that. But I will also say that they've made a great improvement in their requirements for plot plans, because environmental health's #1 comment was that your site plan doesn't have your septic system or your setbacks on it. And that's a basic requirement that has always been on the list of requirements. And the vast majority of our applications, once they were referred to environmental health, didn't even have that. So they have made a big difference put in a lot of effort with their administrative staff, and that's part of having that planning tech. So, really looking at things right then and there, and not starting the process until an application is mostly complete. Okay. Your environmental health department is a part of public health, and we report directly under the public health officer and director. So we coordinate with public health regularly, although we are located in three different locations. And environmental health is a state mandated program, and we are mandated through the California Health and Safety Code. And there are very specific areas and responsibilities assigned to a environmental health department, those being food safety and recreational health, body art and piercing. We have hazardous materials above ground and below ground. We have water quality and land use, and liquid waste and solid waste, so our composting facilities and our dumps, open and closed, and household hazardous materials programs, and emergency response. So those are our state mandated, or our core mandates that we are currently providing. And through all of our mandates, we have two core major aspects, which are prevention and protection of public health and the environment from hazardous components. And there's our mission statement. All right, so as I said, environmental health, I got ahead of myself, excuse me, is a state mandated program. The Director of Environmental Health is mandated in state code to be a licensed health inspector, which is why you have a Director of VH under a Director of Public Health, if you ever wondered. And we have some very strict requirements that are placed on us from the California Department of Public Health, which is our licensing entity. And becoming a health inspector takes a lot of dedication. And I really want to point out some of the work that our staff has done, and because it takes years to achieve this most times. And in order to qualify for a trainee position, one has to have a bachelor's degree as well as 30 degrees of upper division sciences that include things like chemistry, OChem, physics, micro, and the state also prescribes an amount of on-the-job experience. So you have to work for the county for a good year before you could qualify to test to become a health inspector. And currently, the test rate success rate is 51 or 56% since 2021. So you are required to have a lot of education and on-the-job experience before you can become licensed. And upon becoming licensed, there's 24 units of continuing education that staff must maintain every 2 years for the life of your license. So we are always going to school and learning and trying to stay current with things that are innovative in our different programs. And right now, I'm excited. We have 2 staff that have completed all of the prerequisites that sit for the exam, and I'm hopeful that they will test this year. The test is only offered 3 times a year, so we'll be reporting out on that. We also have 2 new hires, which is exciting because we were able to hire an individual with a degree in geology from Cal Poly Humboldt and another from UCSD with a degree in biology. They still have outstanding educational requirements from the state, so they are working for us and going back to school right now in the hopes of achieving trainee status and testing ideally this time next year. So those are positives. All that to say, your staff are very highly educated and trained, and we maintain our educational requirements. In addition to the REHS licensure, each program has additional certifications that staff will be getting. Those often speak to hazardous materials trainees and hazardous materials specialists, as well as bloodborne pathogens. And we require all of our inspectors to be ICS 300 and 400 certified, which is the state and federal levels as well, because we play an integral role when there is an emergency. We're typically on site and assisting in various ways. Now I'd like to go over our department overview with our organizational chart and our program services and our initiatives. Okay, so here's your environmental health division. We are 14 strong, including myself. There are 4 administrative staff between our 2 locations, one in Ukiah and one in Fort Bragg. We're co-located with planning and building at both of those locations. We have 2 program managers and 7 field staff. We are in the process of hiring for new inspectors in Ukiah and a senior inspector in Fort Bragg. And we're in process for that, and we're hopeful to fill 2 positions in Ukiah and a senior land use position in Fort Bragg. And we are fee supported, as you're probably aware. We will be working this year on, we will be working with the auditor and planning and building to try and standardize our fee methodology and bring fees to you during the fee hearings this year. So we'll be seeing you then. And yeah, that's environmental health org chart. And next, we are going to go to our programs and services. I want to highlight that most of our services are implemented throughout the incorporated and the unincorporated area. We do all the food inspections for the entire county in the city limits and outside of the city limits. The same applies for all the hazardous materials programs. So that is somewhat unique to county services. The land use program does not. The land use program typically only operates in the unincorporated because if you can connect to city sewer or city water, you are required or strongly encouraged to do so. But all other programs are happening throughout the entire county. All right, so consumer protection and land use, these are 2 of our 4 core divisions in environmental health. And any given day, currently we have 1 restaurant inspector. He is located in Fort Bragg. He is doing an amazing job, and I'm very thankful for him. We do not currently have any restaurant inspectors in Ukiah. Those are the 2 positions we are hoping to fill in the near future. But any given day, our inspectors are balancing their site inspection workload with plan reviews. They review architectural plans for all food facilities, as well as permits for temporary food events, such as our farmers markets. And they also respond to complaints, and they're often taking water samples every day. Our land use inspectors are also in the field doing water well construction installations, all septic system installations. In between the times that they are not inspecting, they are reviewing our building permit applications. They are reviewing all of the septic permit applications, which are engineered, and they're required to be engineered. So during building season, we're in the field more, which means responding to reviewing building permit applications can be slowed down at that time, because in the summer we prioritize field inspections to keep crews working and projects moving forward. So there are some aspects to the building permit review time that do get affected by environmental health. Our Coast office does some really fun, interesting programs. In addition, they collect muscle tissue samples collected every month and sent to the state to monitor domoic acid and paralytic shellfish poisoning levels for safe mussel harvesting. We also do and implement a ocean beach monitoring program April through October, where we sample the beaches, 5 key beaches in our county every Tuesday, and report out if there are any unsafe conditions observed in their lab samples. So we have a 3-year grant cycle with the state for that program. It's a reimbursement program. You guys will be seeing a retroactive reimbursement agreement coming soon because the state's process does not allow us to implement a new agreement for their reimbursement before starting the next season. So heads up, we'll have that R word in there. And we also coordinate with the Water Board for the harmful algal bloom monitoring that happens in our rivers and our creeks and Lake Mendocino. So you'll sometimes get updates from me if necessary, especially around Memorial Day. All right, hazardous materials. Our hazardous materials team is out doing underground and above ground storage tank inspections daily. These are gas stations and industrial park areas, and they are also reviewing hazardous materials business plans, monitoring wells, cathodic protection wells. We issue construction permits and conduct all of the construction inspections for those types of wells. And some staff participate in our emergency response team, our Redwood Empire Emergency Response Hazardous Materials Team that we refer to as REHIT. Some of our staff are on call 24/7 to respond to any after-hours calls for an incident such as a semi-truck rolling on the highway. Staff will respond and they will tap the gas tank or do mitigation of any gasoline or items that are spilled on site to make sure that we have a full cleanup before clearing an area of highways or roads. And also last year we participated and responded to the Taylor fire. So there are a lot of different emergencies that we end up participating in through that capacity as well. Next is a summary of some of our statistics for 2024. We report these out monthly in the CEO report, and we're working on bringing some more context to the numbers for the board and for the public, and making them available on our website. Okay, strategic initiatives. These are our goals for 2025. And our major initiatives are monitoring and facilitating the removal of single wall storage tanks. That has been mandated. I'll go into that a little more in the next couple slides. We also want to bring the Microenterprise Home Kitchen program to the full board for potential adoption. And we are scanning and digitizing. We were able to complete that for hazardous materials, and now we are moving forward with a contract with Toshiba for the rest. As Supervisor Williams mentioned, paper is expensive, particularly in environmental health. Our land use records go back to the 50s, and they are handwritten, and they take me or one other person reading them to go find them. So it will be a big improvement to have a searchable database by name, year, APN, address. It's going to be a huge improvement for us. And we've been tracking our counter requests, and we find that half of our counter requests are file requests because they are paper. So that will be an improvement for the public, and it will absolutely help the administrative staff responding to scan requests for public records requests. So we're looking forward to that. We have the move in Fort Bragg, as Julia mentioned. We're co-located, so environmental health is also being moved from 120 West 1st Street to the Avila Center. Environmental health has a aspect of the public health accreditation process that we're responsible for. So that is another one of our strategic goals this year. We're responsible for 2 of the 10 domains that have to be accredited with the state. As Julia mentioned, she received a grant for the coastal element, and as a part of that, she has she has involved environmental health for all things water, and I have to commend her for that. I've been at all of those meetings, and as I participate, we are anticipating updating our proof of water requirements. So if and when you do want to develop a parcel that has to have on-site water, particularly in the coast, there are requests or reports that are required at environmental health, and there are reasons to update that might streamline some development. So we are working on that and hope to be bringing the technical recommendations forward this year for your policy recommendations, and ultimately what you decide to adopt for the county the following year. And progress here. I want to talk a little bit about the single-walled underground storage tanks. These are our gas stations that are aging out, so to speak. A bit of background: in 2014, Senate Bill 445 was passed that required that all single-wall underground storage tanks must be out of use and out of the ground by January 1, 2026. So it's been a long time coming, but now we are in crunch time. These are the facilities we have in our county. Since submitting this report, we've reached out and worked with one of the sites to see what they're planning on doing. And we've also been able to clear one of the other sites from further requirements in this program. So we've got 2 knocked down off that list for what we're going to be doing. We're going to be tracking their progress. The Water Board and the Hazardous Materials team have been working with them, notifying them and seeing if they need help as they go through this process, and identifying funding at the state level to do this work. The Hazmat Program Manager, Kirk Ford's been working with Cal EPA's lawyers to implement a enforcement strategy for any recalcitrant facilities that we have come 2026, and we can speak to that more as needed. And I don't know if I said, but we'll be reporting the progress of our sites in our CEO report this year. So ideally, they'll go down as people are able to complete their projects. The Microenterprise Home Kitchen Program is our next project that we'll be bringing before you shortly. If not February, then March. And this program is somewhat of an expansion of the cottage food program. So since before 2013, you couldn't have a food permit to operate out of your home. That just was a hard stop. No. So in 2013, there was an allowance for cottage food, which allowed for, let's say, shelf-stable products to be produced at home and sold retail and online. So then in 2019, Assembly Bill 626 allowed for an expansion of what could be prepared in one's home. And that expansion includes potentially hazardous food items, so items that require time and temperature for control. And the way that that Assembly Bill was written, each jurisdiction has to opt in or opt out of allowing that program to occur in their jurisdiction. So what the division will be bringing forward is a plan to opt in. We have recommended conditions for that program. They are very similar to the cottage food program, and we took them before the GGC in October or November for comment, and you'll be seeing us hopefully in the spring for adoption, if that is your choice. We have many interdepartmental projects going on. As I mentioned, environmental health is a part of the accreditation project, which is getting reinvigorated this year with public health. And we are working on our aspects and responsibilities and documentation for that. We also are in coordination with communicable disease for various items. Right now, we had a statewide foodborne illness outbreak related to oysters sourced from British Columbia that we're responding to and have been responding to that did affect our county. We're also preparing and planning and ramping up for the H5N1 response for the county, and that's related to the avian flu response that we've had going on for over a year. Environmental health touches these things in more than one aspect. We have the food recalls for, say, the raw milk, but we also permit the composting facilities, so any affected carcasses that come into our county. So we have various aspects of those projects that we're coordinating with public health on right now. And we also coordinate with DOT, who was here earlier, for our SB 1383. Our restaurant inspectors do aspects of those inspections during their food inspections to be more efficient. And we have stormwater compliance requirements that are environmental health related as well, that we are maintaining. And last but not least, our major, our needs are in our staffing, absolutely. It is difficult to find qualified staff, and we are supported by HR and the executive office in trying to pursue that. But I would say maintaining our current staffing numbers is imperative, if not expanding them, because we are not going to hit our restaurant inspection numbers with one inspector on the coast. And that's really not acceptable. But that's our biggest need for the division. And now I'm ready and open for questions.
Well, thank you very much, and I think your timing was perfect. So we'll go to Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question on some of your issues with staffing. Can you go into that? What are some of the barriers? Is it just we're a rural county and we're just not competitive in retaining and employing? So just open.
That is certainly one of the top three. It is also an industry issue. We're short health inspectors in the state. There is an initiative at our state level to work with CDPH to expand the list and prerequisites so we can get more applicants through their process. HR cannot accept an application if it has not been certified by CDPH. So working with the state and updating the health and safety code is currently on the environmental health director's statewide organization's primary goal, so that we can in fact offer reciprocity to other states' licenses. And we also want to try and attract more people. It's kind of like Chief Locatelli said, you don't typically grow up thinking, I'm going to be a health inspector. I know I didn't go get my degrees and go, oh, I'm going to come and be a health inspector. But then when you find it, you fall in love with it. And so getting the word out there, and we've had an intern that we had 2 years in a row that was from Ukiah, that was going to UCR, that we are hoping will come back to our county. So we've tried to do a lot of internal growth, grow your own, and our pay certainly is something I'm interested in investigating with HR and SEIU as possible. And that being said, we are a fee-based department, so that would certainly come right back to our fees. That would come before you. So those are some challenges around that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, housing. Housing's also, it's hard.
Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. I had a similar question about our employees. So I look forward to hearing about working with HR to make sure that we're paying market rate for what our employees should expect based on what is also happening in the area. And I think with the staff that you've had, the numbers that you presented are incredible. I mean, there's a lot of inspections for being short-staffed. With hiring 2 or 3 more people, do you expect those numbers to grow? Are there just many more businesses that have not been inspected?
Absolutely, particularly in restaurants, it would theoretically triple.
Okay. And is there anything the board can do to support your staff in a way that we aren't? And I understand that it can be challenging to go from receiving general funds to being fee supported. That was a board decision that you all are left with, and I understand that that is challenging. I think that was, a budget conversation that was important for the board to have, but is there anything else besides making sure that we're paying market wages? Is there anything else that we can do for the team at Environmental Health to make them feel more supported?
I think that they would say that wages is their number one motivator at this time, although we all also live here because it is a wonderful place to be. And I thank you for the question, and if there's anything else that comes up, I will certainly reach out.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I want to thank you and your team for always being responsive. I think, like planning and building, you're in a difficult role that these are state regulations. Your job is to enforce them. And we have a lot of businesses and individuals that are hurting financially. and they see these fees and the steps they have to jump through, and it's too much for them. But that's not on you. It's all good ideas. It's just our economy doesn't support the implementation in a lot of cases. The two areas that I hear about are septics, say 1980 versus now. Like, a lot of cases you might as well give up before you start on a rural property. Near Ukiah, no problem. You can find a way to do a city sewer tie-in. But rural properties, it's gotten a whole lot more difficult to build. Would you agree, and do you think we're being as lenient as we can today under the state rules?
I would certainly agree. I think part of the issue is that the areas that were easier to develop, that had adequate soil, have been developed.
Yeah.
We've got the low-hanging fruit has been picked. The parcels that haven't been developed in regards to septic for a reason.
Yep.
There's a lot of high groundwater. There are a lot of areas that do not have 2 feet of soil, which is the absolute bare minimum to run a septic system and not contaminate groundwater. So if there's an area that doesn't have 2 feet of dirt, then we do not have the ability to approve new development there. That is coming from the state board, and I don't see that becoming relaxed in any way, shape, or form. We are open to alternative and experimental designs. We have done a lot of work around composting toilets that has not really been utilized, because at the end of the day, you need a septic system for black water, which is your kitchen sink and your toilet, and building in that way is not cost effective.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
And then the other one I hear about is the gas station tanks. And I'm aware that's been on the books for a long time. It's just coming into effect. Is there any way for us to distance ourselves from these rules? Because I hear the county taking the blame and this board taking the blame that we've decided and we're causing this. What I'd like to convey is this is the state of California that set these rules. Single wall tanks, there's a lot of reasons to put these rules in motion, but it wasn't decided at a local level. It was decided by the state, and our job is simply to implement state regulation. I don't want the county taking the blowback on that if possible, because we would have no say.
Yeah. Sometimes I like to say that on a good day, we're too lenient from the state's perspective and too restrictive from our regulated community. That's always the line that we walk. That's the good day, where everybody's about the compromise. So anytime we're on site, we try and explain those things, and we try and explain that we're here to help you comply because we have to comply. But it is a challenge when the state imposes some of these things.
All right. I'd just like to say thank you for your work on the fee schedule, because I know that it's been difficult making this transition, but I think that you've approached it looking for innovative ideas and ways to cut the cost. So that's it's been very helpful.
Well, thank you, and
working together.
We'll be back. I really hope that our work with the auditor is fruitful in having a more standardized fee methodology for you that is more transparent for the next time you do see our fees.
Yeah, and I think that going through the GGC and working with the micro enterprise kitchen home operations, that was a very good process too. I mean, we started it years ago, and it had to morph at the state level before it could come to our level. But I think that we have a good product coming forward in the springtime.
Yes.
And then the gas station, I was on that ad hoc, and we were working through those issues, and I'm glad we got the Willits ones cleared up, but there's certainly quite a few left in the county still.
There are.
That's just public safety and health. We need to deal with that and get those cleaned up too, right?
Yes.
State law. Okay. And then lastly is the stakeholder meetings. I think those have been very valuable, the ones I've attended. We were discussing, or you were discussing with the stakeholders, real, concrete issues about how septic systems work and how the testing would go and what you're looking for. And I think that communication was very helpful that's what I saw happening, was communication happening, and the people left more informed and understanding what you were looking for, and you understand their issues too. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
So with that, I think we're right on time, and very much thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We're going to take a 15-minute break now and come back for Human Resources and then the County Council's office. Buddy. So we're going to start with Human Resources and with the Director, Sherry Johnson.
Good afternoon, Board. Sherry Johnson, your Human Resources Director. So I'm here today with the representatives of your County Human Resources Department, and I have with me today Cal Saturn, Human Resource Manager. Cal oversees employee relations and leaves. I have Denise Bartlemay, she's the Assistant Human Resource Director. Denise oversees the day-to-day operations of our department and oversees the administration in the office also. And I have Brandy Dalzell, she's also Human Resource Manager, and she's lead over the recruitment and class and compensation for the office. So we're happy to be here today. We also have a total of 17 employees in the Human Resources Department, in addition to, that's including the 4 of us. So there's 17 total. So our mission for Human Resources, our mission for our department, is our team is committed to fostering a culture where fairness, dignity, and respect for our fellow employees combine to ensure quality services to our community. I wanted to give a little bit of brief background of Human Resources. Human Resources is the county's centralized personnel department, providing guidance and assistance to the public, the Board of Supervisors, the Chief Executive Officer, and of course the county employees and all the county departments and all their human resource matters. We provide guidance to all. Overseeing is the recruitment and employee relations, the administration of the county civil service system, classification and compensation plan, countywide employee trainings, the employee wellness and employee assistant program, and as I mentioned before, employee relations. HR also maintains the official employment records, including all the personnel files, and manages the employee leaves under the Family Medical Leave Act, also known as FEMLA, and the California Family Rights Act. And Human Resources is responsible for oversight and compliance with the American with Disabilities Act, the Fair Employment and Housing Act, and the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission. As your Human Resource Director, I serve as your secretary to the Civil Service Commission, the Equal Opportunity Officer, your ADA, and your FEHA Compliance Officer. And also, I am authorized by the Board of Supervisors as their representative in labor relations. In 2023, Human Resources received a report from the grand jury titled Accountability at the County. We have taken the report and the recommendations very seriously. We have taken recommendations from the grand jury and the Board of Supervisors' responses and incorporated them into one document that aligns with the county strategic plan along with our own HR strategic plan. And we'll highlight information, you will see that today. So today, besides that, we'll be highlighting our department roles, our key goals, and accomplishments. And I would like to turn it over to Cal Saturn, HR Manager, to start with the accomplishments of our department.
Good morning, Board. During 2024, HR was able to accomplish several things. In the area of labor relations, HR successfully negotiated contracts with all 8 bargaining units within the county. Most of the contracts are for 3-year terms running from 2023 into 2026. There are 2 bargaining units that negotiated 2-year agreements and are set to expire in 2025. So HR will be engaging in negotiations later this year for those units, the Public Attorney's Unit and department heads. HR also implemented annual performance evaluations for employees that had reached step 5 of their salary range. We recognize that it was of critical importance that all employees received an annual evaluation. And then Brandy will talk next about classification and compensation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. One of the successful implementations that the class and comp team achieved was the Voluntary Separation Incentive Plan, or the VSIP program, last year, which 4 employees across 3 different departments participated. Building on this success, we are excited to announce that we are launching it again this year. And we will hope that the program is successful again in 2025. We've continued to focus on position control by removing positions that have been vacant for 18 months or longer.
This initiative ensures our resources are aligned with current needs and priorities. The overall vacancy rate of the county improved in 2024 by 2.38%, bringing it to 24.21% countywide. Our goal is to continue to get our vacancy rate at least 20% or below countywide. The classification team also conducted a comprehensive review and updates of class specs or class specifications to ensure they are accurately reflecting the qualifications of the knowledge, skills, and abilities needed on each of the class specifications. Approximately 28 classification specification modifications were approved by the Civil Service Commission in 2024, and this is to highlight our commitment to maintaining the relevant and effective standards. Moving on to recruitment, a huge shout out to our recruitment team this past year. We've achieved a significant savings, reducing advertising costs by about $46,000 annually. This is, again, huge thanks to the recruitment team, Amber Garsitz, who has headed that research, and by working with the media vendors and whatnot. One example is we could have a bill 1 month that was approximately $8,000 and at high end, and we now see that invoice at about $700 to $800. So it's a huge, huge achievement that we've gotten there. In addition to expanding our recruitment, we are expanding our advertising locations, which is enhancing our minority outreach efforts. So these steps underscore our commitment to creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. Recruitment has also worked closely with the Sheriff's Office this past year, in that we are now offering after-hours exams on a regular basis, typically twice a month. And those seem to be improving on the allowing people who are working a full-time position elsewhere that are looking to come work for the county the opportunity to test after hours.
If I could ask a question about the voluntary separation incentive plan, and we had 4 last year from that effort, and we saved a lot of money, over $600,000, I think. So my question is, can we expand that? And are you seeing it throughout a variety of departments, or is it just a few departments that are taking advantage of that?
Thank you. If I may, I can speak to that in the sense of last year, 4 different departments. No, excuse me, 3 departments, 4 employees. 1 department had 2 different employees that benefited from the retirement plan or the incentive plan. This year, again, we just launched our first letter reaching out to the department heads this last week. I have heard back from 4 of them, and of those 4, they will not be participating. They do not find that they have a position that they can essentially go without for 2 years, because once an employee elects to benefit from the voluntary separation plan, then their position is frozen for 2 years, and we cannot hire as a money-saving effort.
Right. So the effort is to see, we're still asking the department heads to identify those positions.
Correct.
Okay,
We
thank
will
you.
be bringing back later to the board in the ensuing months if there are any positions and/or departments that are electing to do so.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I support everything HR does. I wonder if we could find a way to convey to the public what this program is about, because what I hear the public asking is the county's having trouble recruiting key positions and you're paying people to go away. And is there a way to clearly state what the goal is here, that it's a way to restructure that's beneficial to our employees and the organization?
Yeah, I'll look to Sherry Johnson for that.
Oh, yeah. So absolutely, we could do that. When we're planning to bring this out to the board, I believe February 25th. So I absolutely think we could be messaging it that way. And we do have information on our webpage that talks about this if somebody is interested in now reading about the program, but we absolutely could explain and do a little presentation to the board when we bring it forward.
And with the program that was adopted last year, do you think that there need to be any tweaks to it, or is it good as is?
If I may, for this year, I think it was good as is, and I think should we decide to move forward again in the future, we will always be looking at opportunities to change it or enhance it in different ways.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. The county established a volunteer program in April of 2012 when policy 46, the Mendocino County Volunteer Policy, was adopted. And administration of that program was originally delegated to a contract management agency locally. And in July of 2024, Human Resources took that volunteer program and we brought it in-house and as a cost-saving measure. The transition was smooth and we saved approximately $25,000 in doing so. Currently, Animal Care Services, the library, and the museum most actively use the program, and there's about 200 fully dedicated volunteers that serve with just those 3 departments. I'll turn it over to Sherry.
Well, can I interrupt? So, one idea I've seen through NACO, and also I've heard it locally, is people are saying, hey, I'm a retiree, I have to pay my property taxes. I'd like to volunteer to pay off my property taxes, or, kind of quote volunteer, right? Work at minimum wage. And they have this experience, and so is that a possibility that we could look at?
So I do not know the answer to that, but so I could do some research, and I would like to talk to council about that, because I know we had talked about, you had mentioned that to me in the past, so we could explore and see if that would be a possibility.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor
And keep in mind that only about 30% of the property tax is actually retained by the county, right? Most of it goes to the schools.
Yeah.
And if I can, I would just like to state that when Denise had mentioned that we saved that's $25,000 annually that we're saving by doing the volunteer program in-house.
All right. Moving on with accomplishments from 2024. In the area of employee development and employee relations, HR implemented department-specific trainings. So this means that at the request of a department or at the recommendation of HR, we would present a department, it could be a unit or an office within a department, training on a specific topic that was applicable to that unit or department. These things included performance management or harassment and discrimination prevention, for example. I would like to take a moment to stop here and talk about one of the workplace challenges that the county HR has seen within the county. You may be aware that one of the significant challenges in the HR world in 2024 was workplace civility. It's unfortunate, but the county has not been immune to this challenge and has seen its share of situations in which staff have engaged in incivility towards one another. Sherry mentioned the 2023 grand jury report. Some of the findings there were that there were issues with workplace culture. In this regard, HR has prioritized and improved our response to reports of workplace incivility, taking actions to reinforce and support a workplace of respect, courtesy, and professionalism, in which everyone feels respected, valued, and motivated to contribute their best. Moving on, Human Resources was also able to complete its first year of its Coffee with HR series. It's an ongoing series to improve support of staff by providing education and accessibility with HR staff. Coffee with HR takes place on a bi-monthly basis and is open to all staff. The modules include a presentation of information and process related to procedures or processes related to HR, presented in a less formal setting, and then also provides time for questions and discussion. Some of the topics that we've covered include leaves and ADA accommodations, performance and performance management, and we've also hosted a Q&A with HR.
So in addition to training Cal mentioned, we also offer Supervisor, Management, and Emergency Leaders Academy. Those cover 9 foundational courses offered biannually and is mandatory for those in supervisory positions, but optimal for our emerging leaders. These trainings consist of over 33 hours of in-person training. So we've had 38 graduates from the Supervisor Academy in 2024, and since the inception, we've had 133. So we're hoping to bring in February, March, the graduates forward so you all can see who has participated and made it through all the courses. In addition to Academy, we had 192 employees participate in other professional skills development trainings during 2024. And if you are curious to see what we do offer, that Human Resources has on their webpage, their training programs and the classes that you can take. Many we are trying to return to in-person trainings, but many are continuing to be via Zoom, but we are finding that we would like to keep the Zoom trainings because they are successful and allow more people opportunities to participate. So that is working well. And then also with our leadership initiative, we have what we call a management roundtable. That was, we had worked with CEO Antle to bring this forward. This is new in 2024. It's a 6-session series that we do in the spring and the fall. To date, we've had 61 total participants. This is an interactive session providing opportunity for networking, gaining insights on key leadership topics, and sharing solutions to the challenge specific to middle management. This also fosters a collaborative community commitment to managerial excellence and proactive problem solving. It's a really good opportunity to work with others in similar positions to talk about what things have been successful, other things that you might need some help with. So it's been very successful. Katie Ford from our department leads this course, and we've also had the opportunity to have Chief Locatelli participate. So he's been also coming to the majority of them when his schedule allows. So we greatly appreciate his insight and his leadership for these courses and his day-to-day being able to talk about actual things that are happening and how they've solved them or worked things out. So we thank him for that. We've also, Human Resources also received grant funding to train and promote DEI initiatives, and we have been working on those through a contractor with CPS HR, and we're providing those quarterly. Also through leadership, we've had a leadership book club, and the group read last year Trust and Inspire by Stephen Covey, and there was 67 participants. So even if they can't come to the leadership book club on an annual or biannual or monthly or bi-monthly basis, they have been working with their departments. So we do appreciate them talking about that internally. One of the others that we have been working on, and I believe we've mentioned this to you too, is we do anniversary, onboarding, and employee engagement surveys. The surveys are offered by an outside vendor and monitored and reviewed through Human Resources, and data analyzed and action items created by the leadership initiative, the employee engagement and retention team, which is a group of individuals from all over the different departments of the county that come together and work together on employee engagement. And then this is one of the newer tasks that they've received this last year. So it is an accomplishment, but it's a continuous goal, because as it's just been starting with this team, I do feel like we are getting the information, but we need to be better at sharing the information and working with the departments on what we are seeing from the employees and what we're reading. The anniversary interview surveys they come to all employees of the county on their anniversary with the county on their hire date. And then onboarding for new hires, they'll receive information 30, 60, 90 days. So, and then the employee engagement survey is annually. So we have quite a bit of information and data to review. And then, thank you. And then I will have Brandy start with our goals.
So moving forward, as we think ahead for 2025, and in our continued efforts to enhance transparency, as we've heard other departments mention, we are excited to announce the development of a comprehensive HR dashboard. The tool will be served as a centralized platform, providing real-time insights into key HR metrics, such as recruitment performance, employee count, employee turnover, the vacancy rate, and more. We're also looking at how to incorporate the wellness participation metrics and the health improvement statistics. The dashboard will empower the leadership and stakeholders with data-driven insights and to identify trends, measure the impacts of HR and wellness initiatives, and support strategic workforce planning. By leveraging this tool, we aim to improve efficiency, foster accountability, and align our HR strategies with organizational goals.
In July 2023, our recruitment division went paperless, and we are now moving forward with a recruitment SharePoint site to streamline the process a little further. The SharePoint will eliminate the need for our recruitment team and departments to email or inter-office documents that are recruitment related, which is our current practice. Each department will have a private file where they're able to access all recruitment-related documents and also save documents for the recruitment team to retrieve. And then moving on from there to online performance evaluations, we're working with IT to use our current personnel system to electronically process employee evaluations, track employee goals, and store the finalized evaluations for ease of access by employees and supervisors. Currently, evaluations are routed and processed on paper. Using the personnel system will save paper time and assist with late evaluations, and we anticipate rolling this process out by July of 2025. We are also in the process of updating HR policies and related county code to ensure they align with one another and comply with current laws and regulations, and you'll begin to see those the proposed updates coming next month. And we have been working diligently on editing county civil service rules over the past year. We are aiming to modernize, clarify, and streamline the process and procedures for a more efficient and effective system. We are now in the final stretch of the process to present the proposed edits to the Civil Service Commission for their approval. And we will communicate with all appropriate parties once the proposed rules are approved.
Thank you. So in continuation of our goals, so update leadership philosophy for relevancy, clarity, and impact. So the goals in Human Resources, in conjunction with the Executive Office, will create a plan to update the leadership philosophy for relevancy, clarity, and impact. The initial philosophy was created in 2013, and we want to ensure our leadership philosophy is such that it will stand the test of time, be memorable, and clear for staff to remember. So if you'll see many, Human Resources letterhead has the leadership philosophy on the side of it. The Executive Offices has that. So we have it hanging in our offices. I believe many other departments do. So if you haven't had the opportunity to see that, I encourage that you do. And then if you have any input on relevancy or have questions about that, we would love to talk to you about that. And Katie Ford is our leadership coordinator that will be working, taking the lead on this right now. Unfortunately, Katie's not here today because I know she loves to speak about this. So, just also through our programming efforts, we strive to foster a culture consistent with high-performing culture framework. So, within our Supervisors Academy, we have a high-performance organization training that we also do. So, that's part of the academy. So, we're striving to keep moving forward with this initiative. And I will turn over to Cal for the last stretch of employee development.
So to finish up the goals for HR, in the area of employee development, HR takes great care in providing what we believe to be the most effective and valuable training to employees. Currently, HR recognizes an opportunity to better prepare staff in a supervisory role. and has begun development of a supervisor orientation. This will consist of a multi-course series in which supervisors are presented the essentials of their supervisor responsibilities so that we can build more confident supervisors, and it's expected to roll out later this year. Regarding new hire orientation and employee onboarding, HR will complete a periodic review of the current practices and determine improvements to implement to provide a new employee experience, and hopefully positively impact their long-term success. And then finally, HR will refresh our training calendar to meet the current needs without oversaturating staff with too many training opportunities. This includes contracting with the new vendor, provide new content, as well as collaborating within HR divisions, offering trainings to create a well-rounded, comprehensive training plan for 2025. This may result in offering fewer trainings as we focus on quality over quantity.
So thank you, Cal. So I would just like in closing to tie in with something that Cal had said in regards to civility in the workplace. In closing, I would like to share the following. In August of 2024, CEO Antle sent an all-employee email regarding civility in the workplace. And I'd like to read a few highlights from this email. And it says, I am writing to bring attention to an important issue that impacts the productivity, morale, and overall well-being of our county team, civility in the workplace. As we continue to strive for excellence in our roles and responsibilities, fostering a respectful and supportive environment is crucial. Civility in the workplace encompasses treating all colleagues with respect, practicing good communication, and addressing conflicts constructively. It is essential for creating a positive work environment where everyone feels valued and heard. When civility is prioritized, it enhances collaboration, reduces stress, and improves overall job satisfaction. I hope we all countywide think about these words and continue to work together to make this a reality. And I just want to thank this board for all the support that they have always given this department and to me and to CEO Antle. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you all, and thank you, Sherry, for taking on that role too, which has been critical. And, with the grand jury report, we did have some issues that we needed to deal with, and I think that your team is really dealing with them effectively. So thank you. Okay, Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I've gotten the opportunity to welcome our new employees to the County of Mendocino for the last year or two or three. And I really think that we have some great people that are coming to work for us. And I think since I started on the board 4 years ago, HR, I wouldn't say is an entirely different department, but at least 240 degree, we're going places. And, so oftentimes our local media will pick up on things like the grand jury report and the negativity and all the changes that need to be made and not highlight when the changes have been made and all the work that has been done. And so I want to thank you, just knowing that you're doing the work to make the improvements without any kind of recognition necessarily from the public or the media. And I'm proud of everybody sort of getting out of the way that we've always done things and trying things new and going digital and doing classification updates and working on our leadership program. These are all really important people development things that any agency that's going to operate effectively needs. And sometimes stuff like that is seen as just like background or fluff, the wellness program. All that is incredibly important for our employees' mental and physical health if we want them to be able to serve our community in the best way. So I just wanted to thank you for your work, your team for their work, because it's critically important and not often valued in the same way that other departments are.
All right. So County Council Charlotte Scott, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Here's the agenda. We'll just overview of my department, our goals, and the role of County Council in the county strategic initiatives. So, as you know, the County Council is a statutory office created in the government code, charged with providing the county its civil legal services. So you have other legal services arms in your county government, as you heard from public safety and justice departments yesterday. You have your district attorney who handles the criminal constitutional office that enforces your criminal laws for the state of California in the jurisdiction of the county. And at one time, county council and district attorney were one office, and wisely in several decades ago, the state created a provision to kind of separate that to allow, to acknowledge the diversification, the diversity of work and priorities that need to be addressed, and the need to have two different departments to handle those duties. So we provide your civil legal services. For example, as you know, we provide direct services to the county as an organization through your board. And you see, I'm more the face of that and work and communicate with each of you directly. We also are providing written opinions to the county and to individual departments on matters pertaining everything from the duties of those particular departments. We also defend and prosecute litigation on behalf of the county. There's so many duties. I really look at us as a full service law office internal to the county that handles all your civil legal matters. And we represent the county as an organization. So we're not directly representing individual employees, individual staff, individual supervisors. We look at and represent the county as a whole and the interests of the county as a whole. And so that means we're really looking out for the risk and needs of the county as a whole. And while we all have assignments with particular departments, we're sort of a bridge. You know, we're such a small office that we don't really get siloed in that way that many other larger county council's offices you'll see have divided up segments of their office where attorneys do only one type of legal service. And one of the benefits of being a small county and one of the challenges is that we are really seen as, we have to be generalists in the law. There's numerous separate state laws that address all the duties and powers of the functions of the role of county council and our department. We do everything in the code. It requires us to do everything from advising the grand jury. That's a distinct role for county council. We have to prepare ballot title and summary and impartial analyses for the elections office for any county ballot measures. That's a role that, and typically in my office, it's the chief counsel who provides that assistance. Under code, we act as the attorney for all probate matters involving the county. So that's everything from your public administrator who handles your probate conservatorships to public administrator who handles all the decedents' estates for individuals who have no next of kin but may have property that needs to be saved from waste. We also are, under the law and under state law, required to be counsel for your child welfare division in juvenile dependency proceedings. And we also have to, under state law, respond to petitions regarding conditions of confinement in the county jail. We also advise certain boards and commissions, and locally that's everything from your assessment appeals board. Again, that's a function I usually handle within our office, to your more local advisory boards, behavioral health advisory board, Measure B committee, the planning commission, and other advisory boards as assigned by your board and as needed. So the makeup of your office, obviously, we're a small office. We have currently 8 attorneys. When we're fully staffed, we have 9, and that includes myself as county counsel. And I recently promoted Brina Blanton to be assistant county counsel. We have, with the 2 of us, we also have 6 deputy county counsels. And I think what may be the invisible part of our office is that about half of our office, 50% of our office, is devoted to very specialized areas of law that you don't see in board chambers and that you don't see in the courthouse because those are private courtrooms. For example, our juvenile dependency team, we have 3 deputies in my office of the 6 who are devoted entirely to child welfare, and the structure in that division is that we are responsible for litigating the cases involving allegations of child abuse and neglect. So in this division, we do everything from the litigation to advising the agency on the standards and burdens from the warrant stage to all the way to the appeal. We handle all of the appeals in-house. In other legal services arms of your county government, for example, public defender, if their client appeals the outcome of a case, that client of theirs gets assigned a counsel through the First District Appellate Project or has private counsel hired. We handle all your appeals and all appeals by any party of any juvenile dependency order. And for perspective, it may sound like 3 of my 6 deputies handling juvenile dependency, or 3 of my entire office of 8 to 9 is a huge portion of my office. And you might wonder, is that representative of other county council's offices? And it is. For example, in Los Angeles County, there are 300 deputy county councils in their office, and 114 are devoted to juvenile dependency. We also have 1 other deputy who handles the mental health probate areas, and that's everything from Lanterman, Petrus Short, LPS conservatorships. Those are mental health conservatorships in a confidential mental health courtroom. In your local courthouse, we also handle probate conservatorships. Again, that's representing the public guardian when an individual is referred for conservatorship through probate, and typically that's individuals with neurocognitive disorders, not mental health disorders, and for example, elders with dementia. And so when folks do not have family members who can step in and help them with their critical decisions and meeting their needs for their shelter and clothing and food, we step in under state law. We're required to step in that case, our client, public guardian. And while that is also a less visible arm of the county government and not one that everyone is, maybe in the public very well aware of, we also work really closely with even though that it's a litigation, it is a case, we have the public defender typically assigned on the other side of that case. And in both types of conservatorships, we're working really collaboratively, even though there is an adversarial nature of the proceedings. We really look at the mental health and probate court as more akin to a collaborative court. And especially now that we've had a lot of legislative changes and the alternatives. At one time, the only type of case you could have with civil case related to mental health was if you meet criteria for an LPS conservatorship. Now there are assisted outpatient treatment, that's Laura's Law, and more recently, care court. And so we work very closely with our colleagues in the court and on the other side of the aisle. And very frequently, I'm communicating directly with the public defender or the court on issues in this realm. So outside of the specialized legal department that we have, the 4 attorneys that are handling those areas. We also, as you know, are the remaining of those of us in the office are responsible for a large area of law. And so that the 5 of us outside of that area, myself, Brina, and 2 other deputies, 3 others when we're fully staffed, we share responsibility for many departments as listed in the previous slide, and many tasks. Our workload is really client-driven, and it really depends on also variations in the complexity of the legal issues and cases that are filed by those who sue the county, and even pivoting in response to natural disasters and in response to legislative changes. I would say those of us who in our office in that area, we really gravitated to this work because we enjoy the diversity of the work, and we appreciate the challenge that this brings. So while the challenge is that we have to be able to maintain the depth and flexibility necessary to respond to unpredictable, fluctuating demands of clients, and that on a daily basis, and also the random unfolding of events, the 2017 fires, the 2020 pandemic. I would say that even though we're an internal service department, we're also cognizant and provide advice to all of you and to our departments on matters of great importance to the operation of county government, everything from the contracts and the funds that you're spending and approving to employment practices. We also advise and support every single one of your law enforcement departments that were here yesterday. The DA, we're the attorney for the DA's office and assist the DA's office with matters that they bring to our attention and that they need. We represent the public defender. I receive outreach, on a monthly basis. I may get outreach from your new public defender, and I appreciate that he recognizes that we're a department that serves him as well. We're not just on the other side of the aisle in some of our cases, but we actually do represent and assist him when he has legal issues that arise. We represent your sheriff and the jail and the sheriff's office. We represent probation. We advise on matters. We also train and educate those that you appoint to advisory boards and commissions. And so that's a piece that I really do enjoy, and helping your appointees understand things, everything from the Brown Act to ethics. We're really there to help your appointees do their job better as well, and be effective and work with the public appropriately. We respond and we advise all your departments on responses to Public Records Act requests. A lot of the requests, they don't have to outreach to us if it's requesting just a particular document, but many are a little more complicated or broad, and we have to work with your departments in distilling the requests, reviewing the records, and making sure we meet those deadlines. And I would say that we're really a group dedicated to providing thoughtful, credible, and ethical legal services. And we really want to help improve the functioning of your county government. But we also are trying to help lower risk and lower liability. And so that's where I see, the functions of our office in assisting our departments with training. I really see that as an important role. And we're always looking to help encourage the outreach from the departments when they're needing that training. Looking at our goals, as an internal county service department, providing county departments with legal assistance, we really we want to provide the best legal services to the county, initiated by and against the county, and to make sure we provide well-researched, accurate, and clearly communicated legal advice that is timely in response to our clients' questions and demands. And so the practice of law is consistently involves trained people applying legal principles and professional judgment to a specific set of facts. So that means we, your attorneys, are your principal resource in that department. And so my focus to help improve is to concentrate on making ways to make us more productive by providing the attorneys the highest advanced tools that they need, whether that's making sure we have the best possible legal research tools, the even very specific training and legal guides. I'm constantly assessing, is this something that we should get for our office that could help handling the diverse work that we have to handle and on the time demands that we have to handle it. And it's also encouraging my staff to seek out other training. One of the great functions of the County Councils Association is we have access to excellent legal training. And since the pandemic, there's been less in-person training, I still want to encourage my attorneys to be able to go and attend the trainings in person, because an element of, we are a licensed profession and we do have to have continuing legal education, as do any other licensed attorneys. And so I'm trying to encourage staff to start taking advantage of that more again, and making sure that they make the time for that. It's also my goal to foster and promote an environment where your board reaches out directly to me, and your staff and the management of your departments reaches out to me quickly and timely whenever they think they need legal guidance, and not to wait. I want them to feel comfortable that we're approachable, accessible, that there's no dumb question, there's nothing that is too simple, because even if it's something that we can answer very quickly, even if it's, well, I might not be the right person, but we're always wanting to help get them to the answer they need as quickly as possible. And so I want our clients, your departments, to trust us and err on the side of asking for help, because that's how we promote a functioning government and minimize risk and loss. And so with regard to your strategic plan initiatives, I think you've heard a lot over the past couple days about specific topics and specific departments, and you've talked about some of your priorities and what you want to see come back. And our role, I mean, I don't want to lay out how my goals meet the strategic initiatives, because I do think really our role is everything you heard from those other departments. Our role is to help those departments implement those objectives within the applicable legal framework, and that is evolving and pivoting to the priorities and demands that your constituents bring to you, that you decide as a collective board to implement. And so really we're here to help you achieve your priorities. And so as I'm hearing them over the past couple of days, I'm thinking about how I can help your departments and help you meet those goals and achieve those objectives. One of the things that this is a good example, but with the changing legal framework, there's always changes in the law that we have to respond to and pivot to. And I think a good example of that and pivoting quickly, apart from local emergencies and the COVID pandemic, a few years back you had your decennial redistricting process. With our county, many counties received census information very late, and this was in mid-2021, and your board had to pivot very quickly to, okay, how can we in a 5-month period of time achieve our mandate under the law? And so one of the ways that you decided to do that was we can't take every board of supervisors meeting to do that, but we could create an advisory board and appoint local citizens to help us implement that. And so you created an advisory redistricting commission, and I was fortunate enough to be able to work with them and help them through their public meetings. help them implement new redistricting criteria that had changed, not just doing what did we do 10 years ago and let's just do the same thing again. It was, there's some new criteria, we need to implement these and try to do so. It's a difficult process, but your advisory board did a great job with that, and it was great to work with them. We didn't have anyone in our office at that time with any experience through that process, so it was great to be able to learn and work through that. And we were able to successfully complete that process, bring it back to you, and your board was able to meet the statutory deadline in 2021. So, and we really look forward to that. We have a recent care court is a new addition legislatively. While we don't anticipate a huge caseload, we knew as soon as it was coming down, we worked and had meetings with our court system, the public defender, and the self-help center, and worked in behavioral health and behavioral health and recovery services, your Dr. Janine Miller, your director, and we anticipated the deadline of the rollout and worked on how to prepare for that. And we collaborated well with our justice partners, and now we're open and ready and anticipating when those petitions will be filed, and I think pretty seamlessly we'll be able to handle that. And we look forward to the changes in the laws that come that we have to implement and help your departments implement. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Supervisor Williams.
How would you like someone in my place to evaluate your office? And I want to say, I would give you an A. I enjoy working with you, and I appreciate if you don't know the answer, you say, I'll get back to you, and it always happens promptly. There's nobody in your office that I don't feel confident in. But the public would like to understand, how does a board evaluate county counsel's office, where, as you pointed out, half the work that's being done is outside of our visibility? How do we know what that caseload is if they're working diligently on it? What do you tell the public?
Well, because it's an internal service department, I don't think, I could easily get you numbers and statistics on winning our cases and our trials, but I think that's not a very useful measure, because really what measures, I think, my success or our success is satisfaction of your board and satisfaction of our client department. So, while I think it's accurate to say that we are very successful in our court trials, in our jury trials, in those confidential areas, and then we do very well in our law and motion practice and your civil litigation. My attorneys are very good writers that I think the local court sees us as a model for very good analyzing issues that are complicated, because your court does not have research attorneys, so they really rely on the attorneys to write well. So while I could give you those statistics, I don't think those will help you. I think what I would have to do, and I've been trying to think of, I've heard a lot about metrics, and I've been trying to think, what can I do? I think I just have to do internal surveys. I have direct relationships with all of your department heads, and I get calls and emails on a daily basis. And even last night at 9:30, I'm writing with Howard. I'm going to pivot this assignment to this deputy, and we're gonna do our best to share. We have so many areas of responsibility, and instead of just having us all handle all the same assignments we're used to, I'm trying to learn the strengths of my attorneys. And this particular attorney really great at and loves researching new issues. So maybe if that department has a really complicated legal issue that they want to have a concise opinion on, I'm going to assign it to this deputy. So I'm surveying through departments what they need, and both in their timelines they need, and just shifting things as needed. I would say really it's I could do a survey but it would be internal. It wouldn't be something for the public. It's really for It's really for you to know and for the department heads to tell me, this is how you could improve. This took too long. Well, let's see what we can do to improve that. I don't know that that's something that is beneficial for the public, because we don't directly serve the public, we serve you. And so that's what makes it.
But we're using public funds, so the public wants to know, why do we have 8 or 9 attorneys? And I feel like I know now. It's taken a while. And what you described early on, is it possible to get that as a one-page summary of what the office does? How many cases are related to children? That's standard. LA, it's about the same ratio. Everything you described, I think the public may not know, and that they think we have 9 attorneys because we're being sued for making bad decisions. That's what I hear, right? And when you list off all the functions, it starts to come together why you would need that many people. So I guess my request would be not to figure out the metrics. I think it's really hard for your office. And wins have to do more with the acts of your client, right? You're defending us in a lot of cases. Well, it's not on you to win where we may have made a mistake. But if you could describe what the office does, I think it would help.
I definitely can do that, and I could, as others have spoken about, put that in the CEO report. I have done that on occasion. I tried about a year ago to give metrics, and I realized this isn't going to be useful. It's a good, once a year it's useful, because I think at the end of a year or a fiscal year, but I think, and then comparing over time, but on a regular basis, yeah, I think I can certainly distill this down, and it could be something we put on our website as well. But like you said, we definitely handle a lot of information, a lot of substantive areas of law, and we have to be generalists in the law, and we're constantly learning. And that's what I love about it. I think that the attorneys do as well. In our office, and really we're all public servants. We did this because we want to serve the public good. And another thing that I think is really a great feature of our office is half of our office are Mendocino natives, which I think is great, because then we're here. I grew up here, left at 17 years old and thought I'm not coming back, but in my early 30s realized this is a beautiful part of the country and an amazing, geographically diverse through all of the types of services that we can provide. And I think others have realized that as well. So I feel really confident in the team that we have. But yeah, I think I can provide some more information to you through CEO report as well, and on the website. But yeah, as I said, it's really in your interest to keep our department staffed. I would certainly, I can tell you we're not inefficient. There's no one rolling in and rolling out every day at 5. We work longer hours than, we don't run out the door at 5 o'clock. We're working long hours, evenings and weekends, because we want to get the work done and do it as efficiently and timely as possible, and responding to emergencies for all of our clients. But yes, thank you. I appreciate that feedback.
Well, I'd like to reiterate what Supervisor Williams said. I just heard the other day, well, why is that, county counsel's office have 8 or 9, attorneys? And, you got to explain that, hey, most of them are working in, with children and probate and all that. So that kind of information is good for the public to hear, whether they get the metrics or not. But anyway, any further comments from the board? Oh, Supervisor Mulheron.
No, I just want to thank Charlotte and her team. I know that you guys work really hard. Is it your plan to just keep the staff as it is and do contracts as needed? Or do you think that at some point you're going to need to add more staff?
Well, we're only 8, including myself and Brina right now, and we should be 9. We're trying to recruit, and we're interviewing. Really, we're hoping to add. I'm hoping when we are able to hire and fill that position that once that's us at full staff. I think that's working well, and I'll certainly let the board know if that changes. one of the things that I appreciate is the board recognizing and there, we have litigation is always, we're always going to have litigation. And if you want us to help you achieve your priorities and objectives, given how small our office is, it does make sense to have our office focus on, apart from these highly specialized attorneys who I do think it's more efficient to have in-house, when it comes to litigation, trusting that utilizing contracts through risk to manage some of that. Just so you know, I am directly involved in and supervise and all strategy decisions for litigation involving the county, even when you have outside counsel. But it has been working really well the way that has been going now, and I think we have a better oversight over that, and but at the same time are able to then shift and devote to things you need, like getting the ordinance, a certain ordinance written, and assessing whether we can change a certain other part of the code. But yes, I appreciate that. I think the model's working fine right now, and I would certainly let you know if I saw something that could be changed and needed to be changed.
Well, seeing no markers up, thank you very much. And give our appreciation to your team, because I do think that they work very hard and very knowledgeable, very capable. I like your idea of cross-training them and creating more generalists, but really it's very much appreciated what you do.
Thank you.
Okay. And with that, why don't we take a 5-minute break, come back, and then do the debriefing and the day 2 wrap-up. Okay? So we're on to item 7, which is the Board of Supervisors debrief and day 2 wrap-up. So let's go around and see if there's any thoughts about the 2-day workshop, what your feelings are, what we need to do to move forward. Okay, we'll start with Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. Yeah, so it was helpful for me in a lot of different ways, and I think 2 of the most important ways were getting an idea of how my colleagues think and what their priorities are, as well as how they express their opinions. Everybody debates differently, so it's nice to gain an understanding of how somebody does that, and it allows me to understand best ways to approach my colleagues in a debate or at a meeting. So for me, I think those were probably the 2 most helpful things I got away from this, as well as the same way of communicating with staff, getting a better understanding of how they approach things and how they present. It just it helps me in that understanding, and it gives me a better it gives me a more confident way of understanding how to move forward with both my colleagues and staff. So it was good for me.
Very good. Okay, Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. I do always appreciate an opportunity to hear from the departments about what they're working on, and it's nice to have updates and be able to reflect on the things that the board had directed them in the past and what they're working on in the future. I wish that we had had more public participation. I think people have been watching via Zoom and maybe not participating, or watching on the YouTube channel and not actually participating in the meeting. So I'd love to hear more from the public about how in the future they think workshops might be able to be more participatory in general. But I do think this is my first time having a board workshop, and I thought it was a valuable time.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I think it was beneficial to get to know our new board makeup. I'm walking away with a better sense of how we might work together. I was talking at the break about when we had I think twice we've had board meetings in the last 6 years on the coast. Maybe we had one in Fort Bragg, I can't remember. The one in Mendocino, I think I had 132 people. Yesterday, we hosted this in Redwood Valley, and we had 2 members of the public, and they both drove from the coast. So if we do another round of workshops, I think we should try to encourage participation early on. It may be that people didn't know that this was going on. It may be that the time of day, maybe we want to start later and let some of the items that will likely have more public participation run into the evening. But I think that should be one of our goals, bringing the public into the process. And I mean, we didn't even have anybody on Zoom trying to participate. This was far less public participation than an average board meeting. And that's a bit of a mystery to me.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I feel similarly to some of the other comments echoed by my colleagues. I feel like this was a good use of our time to feel out the common priorities of this board and have some time exploring that. I've been thinking a lot about the public participation aspect because it should be, a focal point of everything that we do. But at the same time, I do think this workshop really was focused on our internal operations and an opportunity for us to just have some conversations. And so I'm not too troubled by the level of public participation. That being said, I also support some location change in the future. I'm more than willing to spend some time in other locations. Maybe it's appropriate for us to do a future workshop in North County, et cetera. And then I'm hopeful that we can do this again next year for some reflection purposes and to set our goals for 2026 and beyond. So appreciate all the time that went into this from our chair, from staff, all the participation, and yeah, thank you to my colleagues.
All right. So, yeah, I would like to certainly thank the CEO and her staff and county council for working on this process. We've been at it for several months now to make sure that this was something that worked for the board. And with the new board members, it's been really satisfying to me to work together on this. It wasn't, it was a workshop setting, and that's what we're trying to do, is set a new tone and be collaborative. As far as the process goes, this was it's a workshop. It wasn't meant to really draw in the public. And we wanted this setting just because it's off. It's something different from the board chambers. But, my idea was that the workshop could follow, the supervisor's district, who, like next year when you're the chair, that we could have it over in the 4th district. Maybe up in Piercy or wherever, right? And so that's kind of the idea we were working with. We just picked this because it was kind of worked for us this time. And then, the public participation and location, when we had those meetings on the coast, we intentionally had issues that were really hot topics on the coast. And so if we have a meeting at a remote location from the board chambers, we were thinking, hey, if we have one in the 3rd district this year, let's wait until we have some 3rd district specific items and then bring that forward, and we get more participation that way. So that's the idea on that. As far as the 2 days go, and when I woke up middle of the night thinking about yesterday and then today, I thought about, okay, we had that discussion about how to be prepared for the meetings. And I thought that was good, because when we come prepared, it creates greater transparency for the people. It lets the people know that we've done our homework. We can share that information. Staff can give us the information we need. And it creates greater transparency, even though some people think we're trying to do the opposite, but that's not the case, okay? With communication, we've heard a lot about getting reports from staff in the different departments. And I think that every department we heard from today, and you can go through the CEO and see, there are reports, there are metrics, that we just have to, ask for it, because that information is out there. You go to a BHAB meeting, you get all these reports and the metrics that's happening with behavioral health, right? As far as internally, if we look at what reports, I'm expecting, like the rules of procedure say, that we do report out on our ad hocs and our standing committees at each meeting. That's the only way that the public can hear a lot of times what's going on, or the other board members. We did have, and I'll look to Supervisor Williams, you're very much an advocate for this kind of report out, right? And getting reports from our departments.
I wouldn't say that.
Well,
no.
Okay. And so, anyway, you're on like 4 committees, and they're all focused on broadband. But we haven't had a broadband report out, and I don't know, maybe when Tony Rakes gave one, but we haven't had any report out about what is happening with that work. How many connections are happening, or anything?
There was one in my supervisor's report just a few meetings back.
Okay, well, and then we also had an ad hoc committee. Ad hocs are supposed to be reporting out every meeting. We had the ad hoc committee about climate refugees. You said you were going to get the report out the very next day.
Supervisor
And-
Jurdy gave that report out. That was our final. We talked about, we had a public workshop. We invited guests by video. Videos available. That was the final. What I needed to do
Well-
was check with him to see was there any further.
Okay, but I thought you said you were going to have a written report.
There's no
for us.
further report beyond the last report that was given because that covered the last meeting we had.
Okay, well, we'll leave it at that then. As far as the budget goes, and we talked about the budget, what I think needs to happen is if we have issues that are kind of non-negotiable, if we are not going to vote for the budget, then we should state that up front. If we are not going to vote for the budget, if it includes one-time only money, let's have that discussion right now so we don't end up in June saying, well, I'm not going to vote for this budget because it has one-time only money. You know, everyone should know that there's a majority that won't vote for it because of that, or whatever the issue is, right? That's part of that whole being prepared and giving staff the heads up for what we really want to see. And so I expect that to happen in our budget hearing. As far as, you know, there was a discussion about transformation versus incremental change. And I guess my view is, you know, we have incremental change in an institution like this. We're big. You know, we've got lots of departments, we've got agencies we represent, we have committees, all of us are on about 10 committees, except for Supervisor Williams, about 4. But, you know, that's where we make that kind of change in those committees and that kind of work, right? And so it's day-to-day addressing those issues. And, you know, I think we've talked about having issues that are shovel-ready. You know, if a supervisor brings an issue to the board, let's have it shovel-ready. That means having the information, having the analysis done, having the facts so that the other board members can honestly debate that issue, right? And then the legislative platform. You know, we have it transformed, so we moved it up so it was presented to our legislators in December so that they could create their legislative platform. And that seems to work really well. It's going through the GGC now. And so if we have an issue that isn't a county issue so much, it's a state or a federal issue, I think that we should adhere, instead of doing a diatribe about the state or the feds or whatever, we should go through the GGC, present that issue to the GGC, have it discussed, and then incorporate it into the legislative platform, because that's really the process that we've developed. So I would really like to see that happen, you know. And then lastly, it's about messaging. You know, we talked about the need for a PIO, a public information officer. And we have a hiring freeze now. We're still dealing with this budget that is very, I'd say, fragile. You know, we had a lot of carryover this year, but we don't know if that's going to happen again. We still have to see where the salaries, you know, play out and all of that. So I think that I support the hiring freeze, and before we go to a PIO, I think we as a board have a responsibility to the staff and to the public to present the message. And it doesn't always have to be rosy, but, you know, when we start using, you know, terms like lack of transparency or distrust or nothing ever gets done, you know, I don't think that's true. And that's not really what's happening in the county. We've seen today where there are a lot of things being done. There is transparency. It's increasing every day. And that we are doing the best we can to create trust in the community. and with the county and the staff, and we're all part of this, this county family, if you will. So I think that we have a responsibility for that messaging. We don't need to hire a PIO to do it for us. Even though there are critical times, certainly when there's a crisis, we do need to get the message out, and that needs to come from the CEO's office. But I'm just looking at that as what our role is as the board. Okay? And with that, those are my comments and thoughts about the last couple days. Madeline, or Supervisor Klein.
Are we wanting to continue the conversation, or? Really quickly, since it's been brought up a couple times at the end of this, and then also yesterday's discussion about accountability and how we're going to hold each other accountable and work together in communication. Supervisor Mulherin brought up writing reports, and that was something important to her when she came on the board, and it was highly debated when she came on the board. At our organizational meeting, I expressed an interest in, ensuring that we have some sort of report out. And so I wanted to open up the conversation just for a few minutes, if possible, if it's okay with the chair. Is this something we're looking to do, whether it's a verbal report or submitted reports for our board meetings, and just set the tone? Are we going to be participating in these reports throughout the year?
Well, if I'll chime in, if you don't mind, is that I think that it says in our rules of procedure that we'll report out at every board meeting. And I think that we do have a responsibility, with all due respect. I don't think that people read my monthly reports.
I do.
I don't expect people to read it. And if you do, great. But I think that, when we're on the dais and we have the public in front of us, or on Zoom or wherever, I think that we do have a responsibility to make sure that all the other supervisors hear what we're working on. And I like that verbal aspect of having that supervisor report done amongst us. I can hear right now, oh, what are you working on, right? Okay. I don't have to go read your report. Okay. Supervisor Mulherin.
I'm honestly fine with either way, and I've done it both ways. There was just really a lot of conversation about making sure it was put in writing. So I'm happy to just do a verbal report as it's agendized at supervisors' reports about all of the meetings that I've attended. I think it would also be really helpful if we talked a little bit about our constituent work. If there's something that comes up that's relevant to all the districts, like, who's going to pick up the abandoned mattresses that are down in Calpella today. So, same people that are going to pick it up in Albion or in Copelo. So I think that is helpful to sort of share resource information that some supervisors might not have had to work on yet, or might have forgotten, or may have changed. So, I would enjoy hearing which meetings people are going to, and if there's any constituent things that seem like relevant to the whole county.
Yeah, sounds great. All right. Okay, with that, thank you everyone for these CEO Antle.
I just want to thank this board and the chair for bringing this forward. I really appreciate the time that you took to come here. Echo a lot of your points. It does help staff to see you collaborate and work together and have that discussion, so we get to know you just as you got to know some of the departments over the last couple of days. And I hope this helps in the transparency to the public by talking about all the different things. It's a place you can refer somebody if they want to know more about what county council does. You have a video to send those folks. So I hope this can continue. I know Supervisor Norvell most likely will be chair next time. Hopefully we can get ahead of it. We started a little late in the game, so we can get a little bit more of our feet under us early on, and have a little better, longer processing for putting this workshop together. I know you didn't get to see all the departments, but you did get to see the departments that hit a certain areas. It would be interesting to switch that for next year and have different departments come and report to you. So you see that, you know, glimpses of what we're doing more in social services or public health, animal care, whichever that may be. So I really, I want to thank you. I want to thank staff who put in the extra time and effort. The mobile meetings are kind of challenging for us, but I appreciate that they come together. They find us a location where we have great internet. We can all be on the internet at the same time. We can have Zoom access, so if the public can't be here, we can video it and get it out to everyone. So thank you, and thank you for the departments and everybody that participated.
And just closing with the process, is that items that have been discussed will be brought back in February for further discussion by the board and some kind of action on those. Okay?
Thank you. Yes, I have them all marked in my book here, and we will review it with the departments and the chair before we bring it back, but we have it pretty well marked.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, and we'll adjourn the meeting at 3:11.